Welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line. Unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. The results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, breaking news with President Donald J. Trump. He's happy about the economy. He's not so happy about some other issues. We'll get into that. I want to get to the developing story, one that we've been following very carefully. And that is oftentimes when we start at 6 a.m. And if you aren't with us at 6 a.m. for Kale & Co., where have you been? But we often start out talking about Philadelphia, the search for suspects, our hardworking police officers as they protect and serve. And Greg Stocker, our great brand manager, often says, where are the suspects' description? I often end those news stories by saying, and no suspects' descriptions, no motive, no arrests, but they're asking for you to call the tip line. That's how we go. Well, now we have just released by Philadelphia police, first and foremost, a $20,000 reward being offered as we now have some newly released surveillance footage. So let's see. This is from early July, and this is July the 30th. July the 30th. Really, this goes back to early July. July the 30th, we finally, Greg Stocker, if you're still listening, we finally get a suspect description. What am I talking about? Law enforcement officials here in Philadelphia finally releasing the surveillance footage in hopes, they say, of tracking down somebody who's considered a suspect in this ongoing investigation that we've been talking about in the headlines, a gun battle. It had erupted in South Philadelphia. It was a Monday, July 7th. Remember this? 3 people killed, 10 others injured, among those children in a neighborhood. So they're just releasing the video, just releasing the suspect, specifically this one guy who they've released the images of him and enhanced those. And this is a homicide investigation. So putting that out there, $20,000 reward. And this happened in the wee hours of that morning, 1500 block of South Edding Street. Remember this in South Philadelphia? And the footage you see that during this gun battle, police say that it happened specifically targeting a porch of a row home. Several people were diving for cover. Horrific situation. And among those killed, a 23-year-old, a 19-year-old, a 24-year-old, those guys were killed. But there were kids injured who've spent weeks at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So I just wanted to put that out there that we finally get the main suspects' facial, pictures, and they've done some enhancement. And I suspect that perhaps the police already have done some facial recognition. You think? And maybe this is somebody who has some priors. We'll see. But I wanted to bring that forth to you. And I gave Andrew Torres is here. Thank you. Welcome in, Andrew. He's in for Dan Borowski, who's on special assignment. Hey, you. So we got a lot to get to, huh? We got Jimmy Kelly, of course, here. If we have time, which I doubt we will, but Jimmy Kelly was doing his own Too Sexy for My Jeans. He was like giving me because we've been talking about the jean commercial, the blue jean commercial. And so Jimmy was saying that his mom and his wife actually help him pick out jeans. So we'll talk about blue jeans, too, if we have time for that one. Let's get to it, though, if we can, with Donald J. Trump speaking out on True Social. Why? All caps. He is calling once again upon the Fed, which is started meeting yesterday, and in particular, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, to lower those rates. Remember yesterday we did a huge thing about Trump talking about why this makes him crazy, because just 1 percentage point, lowering that, what does that mean? Each point, he says, is worth about what did he say yesterday? I can't wrap my brain around the numbers. $350 billion. I can't even imagine it. But the U.S. economy, we've got some great news, growing by more than anticipated in the second quarter. And remember, in the first quarter, the news media was leading with this, saying, oh, it shrank. It shrank. Talking about the first quarter did slightly by half a percentage point. The GDP had shrunk. And Trump came out and said, not for nothing, but I was just sworn into office January 20th. And so now the Commerce Department, all the economists, all the experts had predicted that we would grow about 2.5%. Well, it grew by 3%. And there's some great numbers. So we're looking at April through June, great numbers. And so the Bureau of Economic Analysis saying the increase in GDP, primarily a reflection of a drop in imports. Okay. What about consumer spending? Bolstered the GDP. So that means people are spending. People are not believing fake news. They're going out there saying, I feel pretty good about what's going on. And so these numbers suggest that shoppers have shrugged off many of the concerns that the economists have had over the potential of levies to drive up the prices. So personal consumption in the second quarter ticking up by about 1.4%. All these numbers being released. It's all good. It's all good. And it's, if we look at the data earlier this week, by the way, I'll just mention this important number, households' financial confidence. So that's a key, because essentially if people are feeling confident, who are they trusting? Because less and less people are trusting the media. Because if you look at the headlines from the media every day, on so-called mainstream media, oh, doom and gloom and the tariffs and the deadline this Friday, August 1st. Watch out, America. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. All the consumer confidence numbers are up. So that's a good thing. The headline personal consumption expenditures price index, and this is a gauge of inflation slowing to 2.1% from 3.7%. I know those numbers exclude food and energy, so I always kind of poo-poo that, but I'm just giving you the numbers. So obviously officials at the Federal Reserve, they're looking at these numbers as well. They're interested in these numbers, closely monitoring inflationary pressures as they deliberate over the path of interest rates in the coming months and today. Now, I will tell you that if the board comes out, and it is a board, it's Jerome Powell and a board of 12, right? So if the 12-person FOMC, if they do lower rates, even by a half a percentage point or by the 1% that President Trump has basically begged for, and we will have to get Tony Bruno, that clip of Tony yelling, echoing what Trump has said to lower the rates by a percentage point, that would be huge today. But it would be a surprise if they do so. So we'll follow that. So, by the way, when I talk about the lowering the rates, when we look at the range for the benchmark, the 4.25% to 4.5%, right? I just want to, I know you know this, but I have to say it. The reason that we talk about the lowering the rate, we're talking about the rate at which the banks that charge each other, right? So that's the interest rate when we talk about 4.25%, for example. So think about it. If they lower that rate to let's just say today, this afternoon, they announce it, which would be huge. Let's say they lower it. I mean, can you imagine, to like 3.5%? That's the rate they charge each other. What Trump is saying, that the way that translates is hundreds of billions of dollars less for when you think about inflation and when you think about what it costs our economy, what it means to our economy. So that's the explanation there. So this is huge. It's why Trump is all over Truth Social, and all he's talking about is the Fed lower the rates. I'll get into the immigration numbers because these are significant numbers, but I want to get into a little bit as we think about Donald J. Trump. Back in the day, my dad reminded me of this. There was this commercial, that it was about E.F. Hutton. And it was a commercial back in the day. My dad often says the commercial was famous. One of the most famous commercials and ads. And it basically said, when E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens. And my dad was, relating this to me and saying, this is Trump today. Whatever Donald J. Trump is speaking about, on camera especially, it's what makes the headline. And so it matters. What Trump says matters. So he had this great trip going overseas to Scotland. And yes, he was playing some golf and we got to see Scotland, which is beautiful. I've never been there. We have to do a conservative tourist trip maybe. Scotland, Ireland, that would be fun. But they were doing the inaugural of his second golf course over there. But the big headline was, of course, about the EU, the European Union. This is making history as he cut a deal where even some of the countries are not thinking it's a great deal for them, but they cut the deal. It's big. It's big for America. As Trump has said, we've been getting played. Why do we pay more? Why do we never get the fair shake? That's my bottom line on it. And so this is a much more fair deal if you look at what happened with these 27 countries opening up some markets. And that follows what happened last week. Not just, Japan and the UK, we knew they were the first ones. And now they're negotiating with China. So as we look at this, Trump, Andrew, forgive me, do you have Trump audio where he's talking about India? Because he's putting out there on True Social, right? He's saying India is our friend, but if you guys don't give us a better deal, you're going to go to 25% tariffs as of what, this Friday?
Yeah, it's Friday. I'm still looking for some audio. He's posted a lot. There's a lot of details in writing on True Social and out there on Twitter. So as soon as I find something that's audio or if we can get a video of him talking about it, we'll get it for you.
So that's on True Social. So what did the networks, what have they been talking about? What's the big talking point? Trump had a lot of audio. He spent a lot of time answering questions in the media, talking to world leaders. But pretty much one of the last things he said was coming home on Air Force One, and he's already back, obviously. But the reporters, asking for access to POTUS. So he obliged, and he talked about a lot of things. Humanitarian aid to feed the starving children in Gaza. That was a big headline yesterday. And he answered questions about that. He talked about peace in the Middle East. He talked about peace with Russia. He's not happy with Putin. But then they went to Epstein. I want you to listen to this back and forth. And this was one of the last things they talked about. My suggestion would be maybe after they talk about all the success stories, maybe you say, let's have a nap on the plane and stop talking. Because this is what all the networks were leading with. This was 7 o'clock this morning. It's what they're talking about. Oh, I've just looked up. CNN, Trump, Epstein took young women who worked at the Mar-a-Lago spa. And you may say to yourself, if you're just joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, oh, he didn't say that. Why? What is this? Listen in. This is Trump on Air Force One. We've got Air Force One news too. The new plane that was mentioned in Dubai. We have that too. But let's get to President Trump as he's answering all these questions on Epstein, on what should happen, and all the way back many years ago to the year 2000. That's what they're talking about. This is old news, but rather than say, guys, you can go back to the old news, all of this is well recorded. Nope. He didn't say that. He answered specific questions, and one of them about the daughter of an employee who was a manager of all of his maintenance, right? And so this is a woman who's probably the most famous Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew victim, the most famous. She tragically we learned from her family, had committed suicide just this last spring. And if you recall, her father was a Trump employee at Mar-a-Lago. And the documents were released, like I say, way back in at least 2019 that I know of. But this goes back to the summer of 2000 when she was a 17-year-old. Her dad got her a summer job. She was 17. This is Virginia Roberts back then. And then she got married in 2002 when she was still maybe almost 20 or 19-ish. But she's now known as Virginia Roberts Giuffre. So here he's commenting on it.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were. Yes.
Yeah.
What did they do?
In the spa.
Jobs? In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President,
and at that point, thank you very much. No, you could go to it. But now the female reporter asks him the question, and he specifically talks about Virginia Roberts. That was her name at the time. She was then married later. And he answers that question. That's what has gone viral. And so this is when he speaks, he makes news, he knows that, and that's unfortunate because they're trying to erase all of the headlines of the economic news. So we'll talk about that moving forward. You know what? We have our next guest who's here. We'll get the first comment, and hopefully Chief Malloy can hang with us across a commercial break. But since he's on early, Chief Pat Malloy, Abington Police Department, we want to get to you and say hello. Chief, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Dawn. How are you? And my schedule's clear for the next 20 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Don't feel like you have to race to get me on. I can stand by.
Good morning.
Looking forward
thank
to catching
you.
up.
Yes, we want to,
Yep.
and we want to talk about a lot of things as far as we just wanted to update, especially with, we've seen these burglaries across the region, reminders to people about,
Sure.
and this came up actually because I thought of you the other morning when we were having a discussion about maybe having somebody as a dog sitter, to watch your house.
Yes.
A lot of people, August, we're in vacation season. So we wanted to bring
Sure.
that up. And then a dear friend of ours with the Police Athletic League, Bob Salerno, is being honored as well on August 9th. So we wanted to bring up some of the PAL news and kind of take a celebration of our friend Bob. Let me just highlight something if we can and talk about
Sure.
the suburbs if we can and talk about the burglaries, which every summer we do talk about this. I don't know, we've seen an uptick, especially in South Jersey, maybe not Montgomery County. But can you take us through, as a police chief in the suburbs of Montgomery County, what are some of the things that you'd like to warn people about?
Well, we have had a couple trends in Montgomery County and specifically in Abington Township with this South American theft ring.
Yes.
Most of them are Chilean, and they overstayed their visas. And they have been hitting across the nation, but they hit a couple of very wealthy neighborhoods in Abington. And then a few weeks ago, we had Asians being targeted. And we have at least one suspect in that case. And I have to give my detectives, the FBI, the Attorney General's office, all working collaboratively to identify some of these organized criminals that some live in the city, some are coming up from Florida, and they move very quickly across the country. So I think we're making some progress in those investigations. But like you said earlier, Dawn, like instead of kenneling your dog, if you can have somebody stop by, if anything you can do to make the house look active, that people are coming at unpredictable times, lights on timers, making sure you're not leaving your mail in the mailbox, or you're stopping your paper if it's delivered, and maybe having a neighbor just check on your property and leaving cars in the driveway. Simple things like that. Keeping talk radio. I always keep 1210 on real loud in my kitchen. So if anybody comes to the back door, they think that there's somebody having a conversation.
I love it.
Many of those things that that are just common sense things. And during the summer months, many people travel, and sometimes some of these burglars are doing counter surveillance on homes or individuals who own businesses. So just being aware of your surroundings, keeping your head on a swivel, is also another thing. I know you were talking about that case the other day where the Rolex watch was stolen, and that poor couple was terrorized. But
yes, and that was another one. They were in Center City, Philadelphia. A romantic. We all want a date night, right? And so they had a date night, beautiful evening, Sunday night. Head home, which is I think like 20 some miles away to South Jersey, and in that one, is that something that people across the region need to be aware of?
So I don't, I get a lot of intelligence built in that. This one seems very rare. It almost sounds like an inside job, like somebody maybe from that restaurant who saw the watch, made a call. I don't know. I'm not privy to any of that. But it just seems like, how would they pick that individual out? Did they see them in the restaurant and then follow them, or did somebody tip off the suspects? And I think you guys talked about it's easy to get rid of a Rolex watch on the market. So what would I suggest in those things? Get a permit to carry. Making sure that you have it, or keep your head on the swivel if you're inclined to do that. And as far as being followed, it's unusual for that to happen. But that's unfortunate. Hopefully the investigators, the FBI and local PDs in Jersey make an arrest, and they have some tools and some technologies, I think, where they'll be able to grab these guys.
One story that struck me, and it's not as widely reported on, NBC 10, Deanna Durante, credit to her, asked the question. But this is not in your district, Chief Malloy in Abington there, but it's Montgomery County, Lansdale's, the police chief was speaking out. And I want to say it's one of the first times that I think I've seen a police chief, I don't know, maybe it's because he was asked the question, he felt he had to answer honestly, number one, but maybe he felt there's a different climate where the answer was, and the disclosure was welcome. And where I'm leading with is the reporting of, first of all, thank God the woman's okay, but a woman in Lansdale, Montgomery County, lives not too far from my brother and sister-in-law, by the way, and many friends and family there. She wakes up in the middle of the night with a man over her, strangling her. Thank God she survived, was able to fight him off. Later, they catch the guy, but then they reveal through the question of, I believe it was Deanna Durante of NBC 10 broke the story, that this individual is here illegally, came into the country about 2 years ago illegally. And so we're they're trying to learn, does he have a criminal record where he came from? Pretty violent, horrific crime. Is this something new to you? Chief, I haven't seen this story and the narrative. I'm happy to see the honest narrative.
Yes, and we should be honest, right? Look, this was a horrifying event for that woman, and thank God she was able to fight him off. And I think because of the laptop, they were able to quickly get this guy into custody. Look, there's a lot of controversy surrounding administrative warrants being served by ICE agents, and what is the role of local police. We don't care where you come from. If you're committing crimes, if you have a warrant, and the tricky thing is 20 million people that came into this country undocumented last year, it just exacerbated an issue where we don't know what their criminal history was. Sometimes they're here and they have criminal histories in other countries. So when ICE is showing up, to serve these warrants, there's some information we just don't know. But in this case, it is rare for somebody to come into a house, and I can tell in the 30 years, they're the ones that trouble us the most. Occupied burglaries, nighttime burglaries. I can recall a rape of a woman that happened in the middle of the night when I was a young officer, and we actually pursued the individual in a car and locked him up. So that was a successful ending for us. Anyway, we got the bad guy off the street. But yeah, his status as an undocumented is relevant because ICE is, the policies have changed under the new president, and now they're going to be enforcing those administrative warrants. But But more importantly, like I said from the beginning, when this comes up and people challenge us, we don't care what your country of origin is. Our job is to be public safety peacemakers and crime fighters and take bad guys off the street. And really doesn't matter where you come from. And it just makes it a little easier to deport them once they're locked up, because you can turn them right over to ICE and they can handle that.
Yeah, it's so true. For law enforcement across the nation, I just wanted to ask you if you have a comment. I think that law enforcement struck hard by the killing of this hero officer in New York City, as his, leaves behind 2 little boys, his very pregnant wife. She's due in a couple of weeks, and everything, by all accounts, you hear about this man, just a true blue hero and wonderful human being. I know that it really strikes at the hearts of law enforcement at every level across the country.
Sure, and we send our honor guard to these funerals anywhere within a few hour radius. It's like hitting the blue family. You
Mm-hmm.
feel, especially this young man and with his wife expecting their 3rd child, and he was out there hustling overtime, working extra hours probably to take care of his family, and for a guy with a long gun, mental illness, and very violent and angry, goes in there and takes his life. It's so tragic, and my heart goes out to his family and all the members of NYPD who have to bear this loss of such a young officer who had a great future there, and most of all a father, husband. And so yeah, that hits hard. And so hopefully, one thing we do very well in law enforcement, we honor those who've made the ultimate sacrifice. And it's so at the time when he is buried, you will see people all across this country come together to honor the courage and bravery and the things that all of us in this business stand for.
And they've just released the funeral plans. To your point, Chief Pat Malloy, NYPD officer, Didarul Islam, who was just 36 years young. His funeral looks like that will be tomorrow. So we're getting some, prayer service, interment in New Jersey, and so New York, New Jersey, they're going to actually have the viewing and the services over the next couple of days for not only Officer Islam, but as well the other victims who were killed. On a lighter, brighter note, we have a mutual friend, Bob Salerno, who's our police athletic league, one of our local heroes, and he's being honored with a wonderful honor locally coming up for his, well, they call it the Golden Heart, and he does have a heart of gold.
Yeah, and I can remember Bob as I think I was probably 1990, maybe 2000 when we first started the Police Athletic League. He was there from the beginning at Glenside Weldon School every Friday and Saturday night, and at that time it was basically volunteers. And he really, if you think about every Friday, Saturday night over the course of 24 years, I think Pal now has been coming up on 25 years in 2026. He has been sort of the glue that holds a lot of these programs together. And, your son, Michael, has worked closely with him over the years. And that's prime time for on a Friday, Saturday night to give that up in order to provide, mentorship and other programs to kids in Abington. And I don't know if you know the numbers, but it's over 100, sometimes up to 125 kids now coming in on Friday and Saturday evenings. And many of these children and young teens, they don't have any other options. Sometimes they come from families that are a little less fortunate, may not have the means to get involved in other programs, travel programs, etc. So none of these kids have to pay a dime to participate in, as you know, on the Friday and Saturday nights and all the other programs that we have throughout the year that are specifically designed to bring the cops and kids together. But none of that would be possible without Bob Salerno's dedication. So I'm not surprised that the Golden Heart Committee, this will be the second time, and they've never had somebody receive this award twice because of other activities that he has been doing beyond the police athletically, trying to bring people together and angels in motion, putting blessing bags together. He does other things in the community and not looking for recognition. That's what's nice about this honor coming up. I think it's next Saturday,
August 9th.
The 8th or August 9th.
Yeah,
yes.
the Golden Heart Awards banquet honoring unsung heroes like our friend Bob Salerno. So it's Saturday, August 9th. And I just mentioned this too because, we have a generous group and people are always looking for organizations like this one. Even if you can't go to the dinner, you can always donate or get involved. And so, part of it is I don't want to deliver all the bad news, Chief. I want to, give everybody an opportunity to be part of the solution, right?
Absolutely. And you think if we invest in these kids at this point in their lives and provide that mentorship, maybe you steer them in a direction, especially with our recruiting challenges. I think we have opportunities not only to teach kids about character and other positive things, but also maybe we have future police officers that we when they see the cops just as men and women, fathers, brothers, sisters, not in an enforcement role, it's a great thing for us and our community. And with the budget of nearly $200,000 that we have to raise every year in order to provide these programs, as you know, at Salem Baptist Church in the heart of Abington and Roslyn, paying the lease, paying for the programs, paying salaries. But we always believe that the investment in our youth is worth it because in the long run, we're going to spend less money if we're able to steer them in the right direction and get them to be productive citizens and members of our community. So it's a source of great pride for us, the Police Athletic League, and our community policing division in general, because that's what that defines us. We're here to serve the public and protect. But this is an opportunity for us to establish relationships that oftentimes go on for a lifetime or a career. Yeah. Many of these kids come back to thank Peggy and Bob Salerno and others who make this program work. Yep, and once in a while they thank me. No, but you guys are doing all the hard work, and I know you and Larry over the years serving on the board, and we really appreciate that, and the voice that you give us on the radio. I think it's important for people to understand that we need their support in order to keep these programs going.
Well, moving forward, we'll have to talk about it's not going to do a Halloween this year. It's something new. It's the Pal Holiday. So mark your calendars early because it's the Thursday before Thursday Thanksgiving. And so I'm really excited for this, Chief. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it will be great. November 20th, 7 to 10 at Philmont Country Club, $50 tickets, and it's going to be a great night. It's a little different from the past, so we're looking forward to that. We have a couple new officers in community policing bringing some new ideas for next year, and even special events for special needs children only moving forward. So we're looking forward to bringing some new programming, but we can't do it without the help. And if anybody wants to donate, they can go to Venmo us at Abington. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
At Abington Pal. Or go to our website at abingtonpal.org. It's been tough with rents going up and other things to make payroll. So we're going to do a push, coming in the fall, and hopefully we can raise money to get a little breathing room so we can continue to provide these valuable resources to our youth in Abington.
And we'll definitely, when we start to get closer, I just wanted people to pencil it in. November 20th, that Thursday, because we'll talk about it a lot more. Listen, Chief Pat Malloy, you're always generous with your time. Thank you so much for being here today. I'll see you soon.
Dawn, thank you, and thank you for everything you do for the law enforcement community.
Thanks,
Take
Chief.
care. All
Appreciate
right.
you.
Take care.
Chief Pat Malloy, I'm way over, so we'll take a quick break. And if you have any thoughts, you want to call in, 855-839-1210, but I am way over, so we got to pay some bills. Be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, Call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com, bobslittlesport.shop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Because she's talking about good genes with a pun on Jeans. He says, as the father of a teenage boy who shops at American Eagle, I feel obligated to share his take on the Sydney Sweeney situation, but he has not come out of the bathroom since the ad dropped. This is Jimmy Fallon. He's so laugh out loud funny. Thank you for the laughs, Jimmy Fallon. So as we look at the Trump latest, and I know he's commenting a lot this morning, as we said, on True Social, all caps, encouraging the Fed to lower the rate. I doubt that'll happen, but that would be a definite victory lap as we think about what's going on. By the way, when we talk about Judge Jeanine, who we all miss on Fox, she was another Fox News star tapped by this administration. The Trump appointee, Jeanine Pirro, intensifying cooperation with ICE agents in the district in D.C. as the White House presses deportation campaigns in big cities. So not just New York City, but we've seen ICE not as much in Philadelphia. If you notice that, they're more in specifically Montgomery County, but in the collar counties. But this is Jeanine Pirro, and this is the U.S. Attorney's Office in the district in D.C., beginning more vigorously scrutinizing the immigration status of criminal defendants, specifically in Washington, D.C. This is per the Washington Post, where democracy dies in darkness. So they say as the Trump administration tries to meet the president's goal of deporting 1 million unauthorized immigrants in the first year of his new term, and they've been targeting major cities, as we've seen, across the West Coast, Los Angeles in particular, but New York has been cooperative with that, as you well know. And Judge Jeanine Pirro, who is now the interim U.S. attorney, she says, quote, every defendant's legal status must be determined as soon as a matter is brought into this office. So she's restoring integrity to that office. Thank you. We love you, Judge Jeanine. Unlike any other U.S. attorney's offices in the country, they handle only federal cases. So Pirro's office also does prosecute more than 7,000 people a year in D.C. Superior Court, including those accused of violating local laws, and that means from misdemeanors to murders, but it's a very important office that she was called to. And I think that at this point, they're saying that the scope and impact of the announced changes was not immediately clear. ICE already automatically receives the fingerprints of people booked into jails nationwide, allowing it to determine their immigration status and potential for removal. So what they're not writing about, by the way, and this is a little bit of a bias by omission that I'll just point out as I'm being nitpicky here, but what we've seen across the country is that, yes, ICE gets the records automatically. Okay, they do if they have a match. But what happens is once you get the record, you got to send somebody there. So they will then, put forth a communication that says, please hold this individual for us so that we can, without any drama, because the person is being held, and we can show up now and take custody of that individual. And so what blue so-called sanctuary municipalities across the country have done is they've said, oh, no, hurry, release the person, and then you have to go out and catch them. Well, if you do that, now ICE has to go looking for that person where? Somewhere in the community. And it gets messy. And sometimes this can cause the victimization of innocent people. Right? That's what happens. It gets a little messy because now you have law enforcement hunting down somebody who's now been through the system. So this is not a nice, compliant individual. And where do they hide? They hide among innocent people. And sometimes innocent people get hurt in the process now. So why not keep everybody safe? If you've been asked to hold them, to detain them so that ICE can go because they're already in custody. It makes it a smooth transition, but you see, they don't want to do that with the sanctuary cities. They don't want to cooperate. Why? It puts everybody in danger. It puts law enforcement in danger. It puts the community in danger. So why not just do something that's a smooth transition? Doesn't it seem to make common sense? Plus, it's costing us, we the people, have to pay for this. By the way, and I did headline this, that according to the new numbers that we're seeing, these are government numbers, and you can look for all of the release of these numbers. But think about this, the 214 illegal immigrants just in the Houston area, and these are charged or convicted of child sex crimes. 214 individuals. So this particular statistic surpasses all of the arrests made during the entire year last year. And this is by the Houston field office. That's one field office, by the way, getting these statistics. 214 dangerous individuals, and they're convicted or charged of child sex crimes. Does anybody support these individuals being out there? Absolutely not. And you can look this up. They age, and the age ranges are basically middle-aged people, from a lot of them in their 40s through their 60s. And they name them all. Jesus Gutierrez Mireles, 67, from Mexico. And by the way, Mexico and all these different countries, El Salvador, Guadalupe, all these countries, they want these scumbags back, because these very dangerous, vile child sex criminals, they're wanted in their home countries. So this is us cooperating and saying, here's your, predator back, have at him. And now they're going to face justice back at home. Some of these people have been deported multiple times, but under the previous administration. And why would anybody want these? Some of these guys, aggravated sex assault of a minor. The crime lists are really sick. Aggravated sexual assault of a child. The list goes on and on. I'm looking through mugshots and pictures. But some of the mugshots, because they're being matched up through fingerprinting and whatnot, from the home country. So these are most wanted in the world individuals. It makes me nauseous. And then we always air the video, don't we, of these sickos, and then as well, bleeding hearts being gaslit over this. We just had this in Montgomery County. There's a headline right now where they're saying, oh, there's a push in Montgomery County. I'll tell you about this around the corner. There's a push in Montgomery County to make sure that these arrests of alleged, innocent illegals, that these don't happen, to limit ICE. So I just want you to let that soak in. We'll talk about that. A lot of breaking news around the corner. We'll get to all of it. I'm Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Despite President Trump's executive orders, despite the law of the land, there are some girls around the country who still have to fight to protect girls in sports. One such high school star athlete will be joining me as we update you on what's going on with her lawsuit, those representing and empowering her, as she, has filed a lawsuit against a biological male competing in women's track events. She shouldn't have to do this. It's her summertime, but that's what's going on. So we'll localize it as well because this is a battle here in Pennsylvania, across our region on the East Coast, and across the country. So her battle, you'll hear it, and all the breaking news of the day. Thanks for being here on the Dawn Stenslin Show. Be right back.
Rich Zioli.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah,
before.
French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a Crash-Proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider Crash-Proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. I'm not losing any more money. The only thing I can do is gain, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to turnersvillejeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
A great new health study, a ton of breaking news. What is Donald J. Trump talking about now? But we'll take you to the battle of one star athlete who now is forced to sue because you know what? She says it's not fair. We've got to protect girls in sports. This is Dawn Stenslin. Be back in just a moment live for a great interview with a star athlete and her battle.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Just within the past week, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro made headlines as he calls supporters of those and the legislation that believes that we should protect girls. In other words, they call it a transgender ban on transgender athletes. But Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro calls the supporters of this new law supporting girls in sports and protecting girls in sports, he calls it extremist. Calls these legislators extremists and declined to talk about a veto. So the governor says he loves and supports transgender children. Trans kids and their parents want that message to be louder, and they want policy action. That's one of the headlines. But Governor Josh Shapiro, within the past week, made the first public statements about this bill that I've talked a lot about in the legislature, where it would protect girls and women from being forced to have to play against biological males. And so you'll hear in the media the wording, a trans ban. It's not a ban, it's protection for girls and women. And so our governor here in Pennsylvania, as well as, New Jersey's governor, agrees that this is extremist. That's what they say. So to really put a face on this, we've talked about local athletes across the country, athletes in New Jersey as well, girls who were, and even Riley Gaines, who I've interviewed, Paula Scanlon, who I've interviewed extensively, UPenn, all that has happened. And yes, President Trump signed that executive order back in February to keep men out of women's sports and protect girls and women in sports. I've told you a lot about it, but it's not over. This battle continues. And that really brings me to my next guest. We wanted to follow up with star athlete. This is Alexa Anderson, as well as Jessica Steinman. And we want to just get the update because, unfortunately, star athletes like Alexa are forced, to just do what they have to do to fight this thing and say, no, this is not fair. This is not right. So I want to welcome you in, Alexa. And Jessica, thank you for being here today. And we just want to get the update and make sure that you know that here in Pennsylvania, we support you.
Hi, thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. So Alexa, can you bring, I know that you, much like, I've talked over the years with Riley Gaines, with Paula Scanlon, who went to school locally. Obviously, you're a high school student, but at the collegiate level, and actually, it was Riley at the point, if you remember, she could not stand on a podium with her medal because they wanted to, at the time, make sure that they had the photo op because Leah Thomas, a biological male, tied with her. And so we've talked about this before. Can you just update us on what you've been through and where now your battle stands?
Yes. So a couple months ago at my senior year state track and field championship meet, I competed against a biological male. And after the competition, me and another girl from Oregon decided that we would step off the podium in protest to having to compete against biological males. After we did that, we received so much support from people like Riley Gaines, and just so many people out there have been so supportive. And there have now been 2 lawsuits filed in the state of Oregon, one against Title IX violations and one against our First Amendment violations by the officials at that meet, because they ushered us out of the way after we stepped off the podium and we never received our medals from that championship.
And, just to mention this, that another, I think it's fantastic. I've met Riley, obviously at different events here and as well gotten to know Paula Scanlon a little better locally, but I think this support network is so critical, and as well the support by Jessica Steinman, Executive General Counsel at America First Policy Institute, because it really, to be a teenager and you have so much on your mind, I can't even imagine, and then to think about, okay, I want to stand my ground, but what does it mean to you to have the support? I know Jessica Steinman's with you, of somebody like Jessica, who's the general counsel at the America First Policy Institute.
It means so much to have all of these amazing people behind us, and it's really what pushed us to keep going with this fight and keep doing everything that we're doing. It's so amazing having all these strong people like Jessica, like Riley, standing behind us, knowing that they support us in this issue. It's been so amazing, and I'm so thankful.
Yeah, it's awesome. Jessica, for you, and just looking at a headline, just to have you react to this and then tell us where the lawsuit is. But for example, here's a headline: a lawsuit claims track stars were denied medals. It's the word claim. It's like you see these headlines in some of the media, whether they support, don't support, but it's just as if somebody doesn't read the headline, they might think, oh, well, they did receive or they did get the full respect, etc. So that's part of the reason I want to keep this in the headlines, to make sure people know exactly what's going on and keep on supporting you at America First Policy Institute, so that young ladies, star athletes like Alexa and other girls can know they're supported and get the important legal counsel as well. Hi, Jessica. Do we have Jessica here? I thought Jessica was with us. Maybe not. Alexa, I apologize. I thought Jessica was with us too. That's okay. Do we have Jessica here? Maybe not. Okay, that's okay. I'm sorry, Alexa. I thought it was you and Jessica again. Is it just you?
I thought it was me and Jessica as well.
Yeah. Okay. So I apologize. We'll try to work out that technical issue, but right now we can't either hear Jessica, or maybe we have a technical glitch. That's all right. So by the way, I saw just this week, were you just on, I think you were on Fox. Were you on Fox and Friends recently? Just a couple days ago?
Yes, I was on Fox and Friends Monday,
cool.
I believe.
Okay. I just saw that. That is so cool. What was that experience like for you?
It was an amazing experience. I'm so thankful that all these different companies and brands have been reaching out to me and allowing me to tell my story on their platforms and stuff. It's been so amazing.
That is wonderful. Yeah, because I think that's a piece of it. I remember in the beginning with Riley, I'll just give you an example. She talked about, being a college student and looking around, and besides her dad, who of course she had to hold her, say, Dad, don't do anything, don't do it. I've heard that a lot, but just thinking, oh, somebody will stand up for me, my coaches, or, this can't be real. And I've heard that over and over and over, where, young ladies were looking around. This was at the collegiate level. I mean, you're just a high school athlete and by that I don't mean just. I mean that you're younger and you're a teenager, and I think the fact that you have the presence you have is amazing. But to think about being on networks like Fox, which is #1 show, going across the country, speaking out like this, what has that done for your self-confidence and as well as for your resolve to just say, yeah, I'm going to fight. This is the right thing to do?
Yeah, at the beginning of this fight, I was so nervous about everything. Stepping off that podium to the first interview I did, I was sitting here shaking, red as a tomato. I was so nervous. So having all these opportunities has really helped me grow as a person and learn that it is okay to speak out on what I think. And there's going to be haters, but there's going to be so many people out there that support you. And that number greatly outweighs anyone that's hateful. And that's just kind of resolved all my stress, all my anxiety over this, and helped me just continue this fight knowing I have the support, and that's really all I need to continue this through.
That's so wonderful to hear. And we do have Leanne O'Neill who's with us from the legal aspect. Hi, Leanne. Great to have you here on the Dawn Show.
Hey, Dawn. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So we've been hearing from Alexa just being empowered and, really just celebrating a teenager who's has now a national platform, a ton of support. But unfortunately, I'm can I just tell you this? It's unfortunate that we have to have the conversation. Part of me just think, and Pennsylvania is dealing with this right now, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So where does your legal battle, which I imagine, sets precedent? We've had Alexa on before with Jessica, but from your perspective, how is the legal battle going?
We're so excited about the opportunity to bring these lawsuits. Obviously the lawsuit involving Alexa was filed more recently to challenge the First Amendment violation that has happened, that has really infringed her freedom to express herself. And we've brought the other challenge earlier in July to challenge the Title IX violation that's happening in Oregon. And like you said, Pennsylvania is looking at this issue too. And there are so many states who are absolutely defiant against the president, against Secretary McMahon. Their leadership on this issue has been extraordinary, and they have put a firm stake in the ground that Title IX protects female athletes, right? It protects the right of female athletes to have sports categories that are just for them. So it's been really horrifying to see so many states outwardly defiant against that position and using Title IX now as a weapon against girls like Alexa. And then, to make matters worse, when Alexa and Reese have the bravery and courage to stand up for what they believe in and say, this is wrong, and I'm not going to stand on this podium where a male has been allowed to participate in a female-only category, then the government in Oregon has said, nope, we disagree with that speech. That's not the speech that we've adopted. You need to move over to the side. You can't participate in this. Our Constitution does not allow that. And so we're very thankful to have the opportunity to work with strong individuals like Alexa to challenge these bad policies.
And so with America First Policy Institute, and we're talking to Leanne O'Neill joining Alexa Anderson, our great star athlete and brave teenager. Leanne, where does it go from here, and how does what's happening, for example, in Oregon, how does that affect Pennsylvania on this coast? Because I think no matter where we are, I think this issue, and this is not a political issue in my experience. I mean, during the past couple of years, I've met so many parents in my region here on the East Coast. They say, no, this is not about a political thing. This is about protecting my daughter. And we've had girls hurt and that sort of thing. So how does this, I just want to say, number one, talk about the precedent that it sets and the importance of each battle in each state.
Right. Absolutely. So, The states have their own laws. Like in Oregon, there's a law that says we think that it is a, discriminatory violation to prohibit a male who identifies as transgender from participating in the girls' categories. So we have this conflict, right? Now we have Title IX saying the girls' categories are only for biological females. We have Oregon law that says something different. And so we have that, sprinkled across the country where there are state laws that conflict with the interpretation of this administration of Title IX. So the court cases are crucial, and it will be somewhat regionally based, but the goal is for the Supreme Court to come down and say Title IX protects biological females. It protects people based on their biological sex, and that receives greater constitutional protection than gender identity. So that's really the end-all, be-all, and there are lawsuits occurring, all over the country on this front. And this is sadly this is what has to happen in order to drive that precedent setting, to put it down in the books for good, to put it to bed. The Supreme Court has to make that ruling. And that's what we're all pointing toward here.
For you, Leanne O'Neill, you're Chief of Staff for the Center for Litigation, Senior Legal Strategy Attorney, as we talk about, the AmericaFirstPolicy.com. And I just always give out the information so people can support AFPI because of your great work. I just want to ask you something, as a woman, when you were, in high school and college, did you ever imagine, because I know you believe in liberty, you believe in constitutional freedoms, civil rights. Did you ever envision that you would be fighting for girls, like Alexa, girls' rights as they compete in sports? I'm not even talking about college. This is a high school student.
Yeah. And it's horrifyingly, it happens at all stages, right? Yeah. You'll see kids having, being socially transitioned at young ages, and that's really fueling all of this. But to answer your question, no, I could not have in my wildest dreams imagined that I would be doing what I'm doing now day in and day out. And, I'm constantly pinching myself, is this really what's happening right now? And I have a daughter, and this keeps me up at night. And I just can't tell you how thankful we are for the brave women like Alexa, like Riley Gaines, like Reese, like the other plaintiffs who have come out have been brave enough to stand up and, fight for what they believe in and for what's right. And we absolutely have to protect individual rights here. And, as part of that conversation, it's really important to recognize where individual rights are based. They're based in biological differences between males and females. Those are real. They're not imagined. Sex cannot be changed. It's binary. And so, we really, really need a strong call back to reality and sanity here. And that's very much what we're trying to do.
Yeah, it's appropriate. I had your page pulled up, Leanne, on AmericaFirstPolicy.com, and you have a quote from John Stuart Mill, which is so appropriate for today. Genuine liberty means not merely being free from interference, but also from ignorance, from prejudice, from an unwillingness to listen and learn. I just imagine when John Stuart Mill wrote that, when we see a quote like that, and then you think about the civil rights battle, which is what's happening this modern day for young ladies like Alexa. How do you navigate this? And what for Alexa, for maybe there's somebody in our area like Alexa who's going through this, and I know there is for a fact, one young lady in high school I'm thinking of, and unfortunately stood before a judge who threw it out of court here in Philadelphia and basically said, you don't matter, and silenced her and said, well, you're not showing any damages, etc. But what do you say to that student, that young lady who's going through something like this?
Oh, I just would encourage her and everyone like her to stick with your gut. You know what is true, what is real. Do not allow these elite authorities who have been captured by radical ideology to tell you that you're wrong or that you don't know what you're talking about or that you should keep your mouth shut. that is what we are here for. America First Policy Institute is here to defend the individual rights of individuals who can't do it on their own. And, court cases are very expensive. It is not something that most people have, the financial ability to do, let alone, it takes enormous energy and, strength to do it from an emotional standpoint. And so where we can come in is to fight this battle alongside those who are willing, and we cannot quit. We have to see this through until it's done. And we are here to help the individuals who have had their rights violated in this way.
And so for the latest one, as you filed in federal court, the lawsuit representing obviously Alexa and Reese, who you've mentioned, where is this now? Is it's now in the federal courts, a federal lawsuit against the Oregon School Activities Association there? Where is it now, and where is it headed?
So we just filed it last week in the U.S. District Court for the District of Oregon. And so what we're waiting now is a response, from the Oregon School Activities Association. They are the entity that we've sued. They, like I said, they have adopted this viewpoint, and they appear to not be tolerating anything that's outside of it. And so they are standing in the shoes of the government there, and the First Amendment protects Reese and Alexa's right to disagree with them without being retaliated against. And so we will see what their response says. Typically we would expect that they'll file a motion to dismiss. We're optimistic that we will survive that, because really their position is just completely indefensible. So we look forward to hearing from them soon, and, we will see this through to the very end. It might, we might need to appeal to the circuit court. We might have to appeal to the Supreme Court, and we're prepared to do that.
Well, Leanne, thank you so much. Leanne O'Neill, and as well, Alexa Anderson, thank you so much for being here today. And we want to keep up with this. And of course, America First and that donate button there. Everybody go to the site. I know we have a lot of support here on our coast, but, God bless. All of our best to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Aw, thanks, Alexa. Take care. So we really do appreciate them. Just wanted to, I know that I've interviewed them before, but they had just filed on the 23rd. So we wanted to get that update, that important update. They're not giving up. And I know that you're concerned about it, especially with what's going on with Governor Josh Shapiro recently making the public statement about the bill right now in our legislature that I've talked a lot about. 855-839-1210. If you want to sound off on it, got to take a quick break. Be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. One of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month. a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Just to remind you about some of the statistics on this issue of protecting girls and women in sports. Any poll that you look at, I'm looking at a Franklin and Marshall poll that was 64%, national polls, New York Times, Ipsos, that was this year, it was just a couple months ago, 79%. 79% of Pennsylvanians, and this is pretty much across the country when we talk about, 80, some say 80% issue. I personally think it's even greater than that as far as supporting girls like Alexa. It's pretty tough when you see the impact on these girls, whether they're in high school, middle school, etc., college level, and they don't get a medal or they don't get to stand on the podium or they call it a tie. It's ridiculous. And so everybody knows this is a losing issue for Democrats. It's why they look far left. They look out of touch. It's just not fair. And then to basically tell girls and young women, stifle, just shut up and take it. Wow. It's unbelievable to me. And my blood boils over this. So Godspeed to the America First Policy Institute as we look at all their great battles across the country. And just to wrap that up, think about I'll give you an example, with Meg Brock yesterday talking to her local mom who got started with just putting in a general freedom of information request, want to know what's going on with her school district, her kid's school district, and her tax dollars. And it resulted in that 3-year ridiculous legal battle, which she won. But you heard Meg yesterday say, if not for the support of these different legal groups who stand up for people's rights, that's really what it is, your constitutional rights, who could afford that? Because as Zioli always says, the lawyers always win, right? And so in this case, that legal battle, that legal help, if you will, and legal support is critical. Because for Meg Brock, it's really a slam dunk. I mean, there's zero question in my mind when Meg started her battle locally. Different issue, but in many ways, these elite individuals who just thought they could tell the rest of us to be silent, to shut up, that we were the ones that were ridiculous. No, that's not true. And in the end, the truth will prevail and the Constitution prevails. But the problem is, to get through the courts and pay for all of that, and the lawyers know what to do, that's the problem. And they count on that. They bank on that. They bank on the fact that you have to work and you're busy with your life, with your job, with your kids, right? The house, the laundry, the yard. Don't even get me started, right? And so with that, that's what they bank on, that you're not going to, who has the money? Who has the resources? And so that's where, for example, as far as AFPI, the America First Policy, that's why they matter. And that's why they make the difference. So just wanted to button that one up. Man, we have a lot breaking today every time I look up at CNN, well, finally they're talking about Gaza and the famine, but all day, the networks, all they're talking about is Epstein, Trump, Epstein. Makes me nauseous as I talk about the media narratives. We'll update it. And as well, we'll think about, what's going on with the weather, the heat. Man, it's so oppressive out. It is just hot. It's hard to, I don't usually complain about it, but it's the particulates or whatever they call them, the pollution in the air. And I guess I can't even complain. The heat wave is over for us on the East Coast by 8:00 tonight, but then rain is on the way, storms and possible flash floods like many of us had last weekend. But I can't even complain about that water because we have all of these tsunami alerts. that huge or historic earthquake that struck Russia. And so the entire West Coast has been bracing. They've had evacuations. And so it looks like they have some rip current warnings, different ocean, but I don't know if it's affected, but rip current warnings at the Jersey Shore. But if you're at the beach this week, I know you're thinking you're brilliant as we round out July and head for August 1st. Speaking of August 1st, the big deadline as Trump is threatening India, among others, with higher tariffs. All that and more, 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here today. And I do have to talk about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group because Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand. This is in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura, Ardmore, Reading, Westchester, or you can always shop online, piazzaacura.com, for all those special offers. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So the latest headline, as President Trump, the headline today announced 25% tariffs on India, and they're a friend, they're an important ally. But what's this all about? He's putting this out on Truth Social, and I know that Howard Lutnick has been speaking out as well, the Commerce Secretary. So we'll look through all of this. Why is President Trump aggravated with an ally like India, important ally? I talked about this all week as we think about the huge news out of the European Union, and we think about what's going on with the European Union, other countries buying oil, buying energy from us. That means they don't have to turn to Russia. So in other words, it's a twofer, right? We get the benefit of them becoming our customer, and these are hundreds of billions of, well, the deal in all is in the trillions if you look at the whole package. But we benefit from the business, but as well, we take away that business from Russia. So even though we've imposed all kinds of sanctions on Russia, everybody's still allowed to buy energy from Russia. So Trump has been trying to shut that down. That's a part of this. India continues to deal with Russia and buy oil from them. And Trump is saying, okay, you want to continue with this? That's not going to happen. So he's saying as of this Friday, August 1st, they're going to have to pay more, 25% tariff. And quoting him on Truth Social, he says, remember, India is our friend. We have over the years done relatively little business with them because their tariffs are far too high, among the highest in the world. And they have the most strenuous and obnoxious non-monetary trade barriers of any country. So I'm quoting Trump on his Truth Social. And so this is where he's aggravated that they are not negotiating in the way he wants, obviously, but also the fact that they're still continuing to buy energy from Russia, because that's his MO. Peace, prosperity, and through economic prosperity, we can all promote the peace, but as well pressure somebody, a bad actor, as they call him in the world, a bad actor like Putin who invaded Ukraine, right, to say, all right, we're going to shut you down. And we know that they're hurting economically. So why not just continue to not do business with them, not buy their energy? That means they're running out of money. And that makes it tougher for them. Of course, they're supported by China. And so Lutnick, the other thing is Howard Lutnick, who I mentioned a moment ago, he says that the trade and tariff deals with China that they've been negotiating in Stockholm starting yesterday, I believe, that he's anticipating the deals will be done by this Friday. Well, that would be huge. That would be incredible. And so the trade deals done by Friday, that's making headlines. And this is with China. But we'll see. We'll see what's done. Then there was another one. He said, well, China might take a little longer. So will it be Friday? Will it be next Monday? It looks like they're making some moves, and that's a good thing. So we have that going on. And then we do have Trump again, Trump and others, and Tony Bruno and all of us hoping and praying, lighting candles that, can you even imagine the headlines if the Fed decides today, they announce that they are going to cut that rate? Oh, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? I know I'm half glass full, but it would be fantastic. It's much more likely that the Fed, and by the way, the Fed has not cut rates since last December. So just think about that. Think about where we are with the economy. We've not seen a rate cut since last December. So they cut the rates, remember, right before just to refresh, just before the election in November. Then they cut the rates again in December. And we've heard many say they've lost credibility, and that's part of the problem. So let's see where they go here. If they don't do it today, if they don't announce it today, we're looking for September. And I think it goes September. If they don't do it in September, it would be in December. That would be a full year with no rate cut. I'm calling, I think we're going to cry foul if that, God forbid, happens. But Trump also says the global baseline tariff would look more like 15%. So we'll have to see where this falls. But the U.S. economy, the good news this morning, good numbers as the economy has grown by much more than anticipated, 3 full %. It's looking good as we think about the GDP and those consumer confidence numbers. Thank God. So we have all of that going on. Andrew, let's think about, let's go to Tom Homan, because Tom Homan has been talking about these Democrats, these elected officials. Rather than doing their job, they're overpaid by far. We should cut the salary of every elected official. By the way, Trump and a lot of the individuals in his administration, they don't take a salary. But these Democrats, with their audacity, showing up at these ICE facilities, it's just wrong. And Tom Homan, good for him. He's calling them out. Listen in.
Van Hollen, when he shows up for a stunt like that,
This is Jesse.
does he call ahead and say, I'm the senator from the state of Maryland. I'd like to schedule a visit. Could you please tour me around so I can conduct oversight? Or does he just show up with no phone call and cameras?
Exactly. They just show up unannounced so they can get a photo op. If he said American people don't know what we're doing, I'll tell you what we're doing. I look at the data every morning. First thing I do, 20, 25 pages of data. 70% of everybody we arrest is a criminal. Who's the other 30%? National security threats, final orders of deportation, gang members. We're doing exactly what President Trump promised the American people we do. Target the worst first and enforce the laws of this country and make America safe. Safer every day. Every criminal threat we take off the street, every national security threat we take off the street makes this country safe. That's the facts. The data proves it.
Now, you've heard me interview Patty Morin. She's Rachel Morin's mom, some emotional interviews. I can't even imagine the grief and just, oh my gosh, the trauma that family has suffered. So you remember Rachel Morin, she is the victim who was brutally murdered, raped and murdered, mom, daughter. And so her mom, Patty, has joined me a few times and spoken out, just keeping that battle alive. But remember that she lived in Maryland. And so we haven't heard Van Hollen, who actually traveled is traveling to other countries, is supporting these individuals who are illegals, but has never, this is Senator Chris Van Hollen, who has never even, according to Patty, spoken out about her daughter, according to Patty, has never advocated for the Rachels of the world. And that's really the adding the insult to injury. But remember, Senator Chris Van Hollen, he visited El Salvador concerning the case of another illegal, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Haven't heard much about this in the headlines. I think Democrats realize what a losing issue this is. But Tom Homan, he's just such a fantastic interview and such a fantastic spokesperson, and just speaks in a plain way that everybody can relate to. And I think he's such a critical asset in this administration to keep this issue front and center. And also, you know what else I found? A little gem I found the other day. The media last fall, they had been, the so-called mainstream media, all the networks, were questioning the number that we have consistently given out of these 300,000 children who are missing. And they had put it out that, we're going to fact check this, that the Republicans have claimed, and Trump has claimed, that there are these 300, this is before Trump won the election. And they kept on saying, we can't fully verify the 300,000 number because, they claim that these 300,000 children are missing in America. These are tangible numbers. These are children. These are unaccompanied minors. I've done a ton on this. Unaccompanied minors who came into this country and they were given court dates. They had some kind of connection, somebody here already in this country where they were supposed to make a court date. And remember, I reported on this, and there was fairly recently, within the past couple of weeks, there are congressional hearings continuing where these kids were given an emergency phone number so that if, God forbid, something went wrong, they would call the hotline. Well, we now know there were 65,000 calls, emergency calls, where the kids did not get a person. They got a voicemail, and they left the voicemail. and said, I'm in trouble. There's this man. He's touching me at night. Please help. I mean, a mayday from a child is just horrific to me. And guess what? During the Biden administration, just think about this. We weren't even told that it existed. Apparently, nobody answered the call. I don't know who was monitoring the phone. But this administration did answer the call. They have rescued 25,000 children, right? 25,000 young people. These unaccompanied aliens, that's the legal terminology, right? And the only thing that we had wrong was that the number was wrong because there were 325,000, not 300,000. That's what we now know. And so if you don't think that the media was complicit in this, and they should feel horrible, they should be issuing apologies. Because, yeah, you know what? It was not 300,000. It was 325,000 that we know of these kids who came into this country. And yes, some of them were young teens at the time when they came in during the Biden administration. But it's horrific to think about the fact that they're just the collateral damage of a previous administration that was so anxious to let people into this country illegally that they didn't help kids who were crying out for help. We now know some of them were abused, were victimized, were being trafficked. It's horrible. But we now have the documentation. You know why we have the documentation? Because Donald J. Trump is in office. That's how we know. My God. As I say, it's a sin. 855-839-1210. Quick break. Thanks for being here. Be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
They knew exactly what they were doing 4 years ago when they tried to import 15 million potential new voters. They knew what they were doing when they were sending them in the middle of the night to Logan International in Boston, to other airports, and then somehow they show up in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. What do those 7 have in common? Well, spank my ass, they're called swing states.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai. If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick just putting out GDP just surged to 3% and the Trump economy has officially arrived. Biden's first quarter is behind us. Growth already accelerating. President Trump's tariff policies have drawn historic investments and opened up global markets for U.S. businesses. Congratulations, America. 3% today, and we're just getting started. That from Howard Lutnick. Now, he was just on the, and I follow Charlie Kirk. I like Charlie. He was just on Charlie Kirk's show talking about all of this. So what you're going to hear is Charlie Kirk, his team put together a montage about what the media was saying. What we heard was no, never, never, won't work. And then Howard Lutnick's response. So listen in.
Even the mainstream media who hates us is bragging on this trade deal. Play cut 328.
The early reviews are in on the new trade deal announced with the European Union. The Financial Times says the deal marks a victory for Trump.
Is this a fantastic deal then struck by Donald Trump?
Absolutely a victory on behalf of the Trump administration.
Well, the bottom line is this is the biggest trade deal in President Trump's effort to effectively reshape the global trading order.
On this deal, the European Union, this is a big win for the U.S.
The bigger picture is that Trump is still very much pursuing his longer-term goal of achieving what he perceives to be fairness for America.
It's a triumph of a lot of things. Certainly, the president ought to take a victory lap. I think it ends up being good for the European Union.
So you heard international media?
I mean, Secretary Lutnick, they're doing my job for me. Your reaction?
Oh, I mean, that's why I have the most fun job in the cabinet. You know, I get to set the table. I mean, I met with European Union representatives 40 times. And in the beginning, they were basically giving me the middle finger. We were nowhere. They wouldn't even respond to us. And they didn't respond until Donald Trump sent them a letter saying, you know, if you're not going to respond, pay 50%. And then all of a sudden that changed, right? And they started responding. And then he sent them another letter saying, look, you guys are doing a little bit. So 30%. And then, boom, off we went until they offered to open their markets completely, pay us 15%. But the key to why they did that is the sectoral tariffs, the tariffs on autos, the tariffs that are coming on pharmaceuticals, the tariffs that are coming on semiconductors, because Donald Trump is the U.S. is the biggest customer in the world. We were going to take all those industries back to America. And basically what he told Europe, if you want to keep half, you better do a deal with me.
So there it is. I like Charlie Kirk, by the way. He does a good job. So the Charlie Kirk show with Howard Lutnick taking the victory lap and putting together all that mainstream media after for so long all the so-called experts said, oh, the tariffs, this is a disaster. Remember that? For the past, year or two, that's all we've heard. Well, okay. How do you like it now? Somewhere we need to get the clip where they say, did he call you daddy? You remember that whole news conference? I kind of knew it was over when they called him daddy. Wasn't that the NATO chief? That was so funny, and everybody all in the media got triggered. By the way, we can't confirm if this is actually American Eagle, but I just reposted it because either it's a satire, which it certainly could be, but it looks like they've taken the American Eagle logo. They have a picture of Sydney Sweeney, who's the actress and the representative there, their spokeswoman. I don't know, Andrew, were you able to verify this? I guess it doesn't matter, but I put it up there. It says the breaking story is American Eagle issued a response to all the drama surrounding their ad, including Sydney Sweeney. Because remember, it's a play on words like I have good genes, and people were saying like this is like Nazi or whatever. And so they put this out there. To whom it may concern, it has the American Eagle logo. I suspect this is like one of those satire sites. We sincerely apologize for featuring Sydney Sweeney in our recent advertisement. In hindsight, we underestimated the combined impact of her blue eyes, blonde hair, and general hotness. And so ... Our marketing team has been sent to denim sensitivity training. Thank you for your feedback. Please stop emailing us. And then it says in commas, it says like, we're still trying to recover from the group chat fallout. American Eagle. So just basically giving all the liberal crazy people a middle finger from American Eagle. I suspect, like I say, it's a satire, but whether
it's probably more satire than anything else. I wasn't able to verify specifically, but it is still pretty hilarious.
On their site. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I didn't read all of it. You can. We put it out there, but it's hysterical because you know that it's working, and that's why they're triggered. She's a pretty actress. I mean, whether it's Beyonce or whoever, she's a pretty actress. She's popular right now, and it's catchy. And by the way, all these libs who were losing their minds online, they just gave American Eagle free advertisement. So there's that. Hey, thanks for being with me this morning. I'll be back starting 6 a.m. tomorrow on Kale & Company News Live with everything that's going down. But right now, it is Dom time. Dom Giordano. Big show coming up today, Dom.
Hey, we hope so, Dawn. We're cooking it up here. But I need your help on something very quickly here in a second. But Jennifer Say, who was the big executive with Levi Strauss and now has her own clothing line, she's on at 12:30 to talk about Sweeney and the American Eagle. Nice. Henry's side question, who is the girl next door? These guys don't seem to get what the girl next door is. I'm going to say Jennifer Aniston. Henry thinks it's somebody unattainable, the girl next door.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, thank you.
It's never unattainable. It's right. The girl next door. That's the
right.
appeal.
That's right. Okay.
Henry.
Okay.
Get with the program.
All right, we'll be debating that. So girl next door coming up.
Dom Show starts right now.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Summer brings the heat, but will your water heater? Bradford White knows no one wants to be out of hot water, no matter what the temperature is outside. Whether it's a vacation home or your everyday home, you need reliable hot water. You need a Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best, with both the efficiency and performance you deserve. Ask your plumbing professional to make it hot with a Bradford White water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find a pro near you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLUE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLUE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLUE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
You know, it's one of the great expressions in the English language when we've done politics and pints, and they put the big sign up online, sold out. You got to love it. It tells you have something in demand. Well, that's what American Eagle is apparently saying about their jeans, Genes ad, with Sydney Sweeney, that they're sold out of that batch. It seems almost impossible. Wonder if we have anybody listening that bought any because of all this. And does this signal something going on here that's another pushback against cancel culture, against the nonsense, the rage of the left? What will they be enraged about next? Well, Jennifer Say is here at 12:30. She's a woman that was one of the leaders of Levi Strauss until she questioned COVID policies. And it got out there. They fired her. She's become an activist around the trans issue and has her own new clothing line around issues like that. She's been on a lot of times. Big national figure. I'll ask her about this whole ad campaign. How do you come up with something like that? What's behind it? What are they trying to do? What does she think? She'll be here at 12:30. A lot of economic news today. Huge economic news. And we have with us at 2 o'clock the number 2 guy over in the Treasury who's been with us before. A couple of these things with the news that was announced is pretty surprising about inflation, about businesses for the long term buying more stuff because they feel confident. That's at 2 o'clock. So sold out. We had a lot of great calls on this yesterday, and it precipitated Henry coming up with the side question today, which I'll give you in a moment. And we just heard Dawn say the girl next door, Henry, is the girl next door. She's not unattainable, even though you have some strange sense of the girl next door. I have the one that I think has made a career out of this, second to none, Jennifer Aniston. I think could be a winner, but it'll be real or fictional. We'll get Henry's point of view on that. His and Andrew's sitting in for Dan today, where Henry's in that seat. You need a scorecard here. It's like a designated hitter. All right.
We all moved up one spot in the
There
line.
you go. That's right. Everybody's moved up. Trade deadline is here, but I don't see any producers out there doing sit-ups like they're supposed to be. They're all in the producer's lounge. Okay. Want to play you, and I may stop a little bit of this. Let me give you the broad parameter. This will be cut 6. My eye's going to be on this. I have eyes on it. You have this guy who is alleged to be a maniac here, homeless, from Guatemala, snuck into the country a few years ago, allegedly thinks it's a good idea to break into the house of a woman 2 o'clock in the morning on top of her, strangling her, and then steals the iPad. That's how they catch him. His lawyer says, well, he deserves bail. He's no threat. He's homeless, and he's here illegally. Yeah, he's no threat. So ICE has put a detainer on him if he does get bail or something else. Now, you know Montgomery County, their policy. Would they dare not tell ICE if this maniac is about ready to be set free? I'm not sure. That's why I have my own set of eyes on it, and I hope that ICE does too. Here's a little bit from Channel 6 Action News, their report on this guy.
32-year-old Jonathan Avila Arevalo has been arrested by Lansdale police just a short time after a deeply disturbing crime. We spoke with people from the township's homeless community who talked off camera, saying they know him.
It's scary. You think somebody is very nice. I would have never thought in a million years. He looks like a kid.
It was right around 2:30 in the morning this past Sunday when police say Avila Arevalo quietly broke into a woman's home on the 300 block of Vine Street. The woman, who was sleeping at the time, told investigators she woke up to a man kneeling on top of her legs. Lansdale Police Chief Michael Trail says a desperate struggle quickly ensued.
During the course of this struggle, manual strangulation and a chokehold and pretty brutal struggle and fight that goes from the bedroom into the hallway, down the stairs, and she's able to fight off her attacker.
Police say the suspect then fled, taking the victim's iPad with him. But that turned out to be a critical mistake, coupled with the fact that the suspect allegedly tried but failed to sell it to other members of the homeless community.
Okay, Henry, that's enough. So this maniac, right? Well, we have our own maniacs, Dom. Why are you centering on this? Because this one didn't have to be here. From Guatemala, I think going on about 2 years now. ICE is asking for a detainer on him so that if he does get bail or God knows what else in the Montgomery County system, they be notified so they can grab him and deport him. I think Thursday is when the commissioners meet over in Montgomery County. Media doing their job. They ought to be asking about this case. What do they think about this? What do they think about ICE being involved in this? We'll see. We'll keep our eyes on it. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. All right, now the commie who wants to be mayor of New York, Mandami, back from Uganda, or coming back from this heavily protected, gated community area, if you can imagine. The new polling that's out has him well above 50%, even potentially in a four-person race with Adams, Sliwa, and Cuomo. And then head-to-head, he murders any one of them. There's some fourth guy who might get 1% that's in there. So it looks to me like this guy, and I'm saying despite this cop thing, sadly, that happened yesterday. Yeah, it happened Monday. That this guy is going to be the next mayor of New York City. I think the polling is pretty accurate. So you're thinking, who is it that might be voting for this guy? Well, brilliant column in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend says one of the most important things to understand about the 33-year-old socialist communist is that he spent his young adult life much worse off than his parents. He knows the sting of having grown up in bourgeois comfort only to find himself scrambling to pay the rent in a less fashionable neighborhood. And the column goes on to say those that are the downwardly mobile elites love this guy, love him. In other words, they're talking about people, they didn't grow up necessarily in millionaires' families, but they grew up, went to, quote, good colleges, expensive colleges, and were expecting a lifestyle like their parents had, or better. And by being in New York, I believe because of overregulation, taxation, everything else, they're not experiencing that. and they're mad. And this guy comes along and he tells them who's at fault. The wealthy. The communist line. And they're a ripe audience for it. It's a brilliant column, The Downwardly Mobile Elites. Researchers at the Social Economics Lab have found a strong correlation between perceiving yourself to be less well off than your parents and zero-sum thinking, or the belief that gains for some people come at the expense of others. Roughly 40% of the nation's 72 million millennials, people born between 1981 and 96, live in high-cost, hyper-competitive metropolitan areas, where milestones such as owning a home or paying off student loan debt can loom as distant dreams. It's true. Due to the voracious college costs, due to the Biden inflation and other things, owning a home, paying off your student loan debt. So why go with, because they blame the capitalist system versus progressives, Democrats, etc. They see capitalism as the enemy. This guy's a dream candidate. So I'm convinced, if not a lock, he's pretty close to it to be the next mayor of New York City. And I forget which one it was, Henry, but the guy almost must have been listening to the show. He pulled it. It's somebody talking about Democrats are going to be asked about this guy constantly. In other words, when we get to the midterms, they're not going to be asked about their own policies. There will be the media can't even help it as much as they might try. This guy is gold. Yeah, this is cut 19. Here's Charlie Hurt on Fox saying that every Republican in the next election will be running against this wacko in New York.
I don't know what he's going to say now, but apparently in Uganda, the local reporting suggested they had more than 20 Special Forces Command unit guards outside of the compound, some in masks with a phone jamming system set up to ensure security. How do you explain that one?
Yeah, it's a pretty rough way to try to run for public office. And I think it's important to remember that, the most specific statement he's made about disbanding this unit of the New York Police Department was made as he was a candidate. So this is not just sort of off the top of his head. And then you, of course, dig deeper into his background and you sort of get a sense of what his general overall view of police is. And it gets even worse, whether it's sending, social workers to domestic violence situations or his overt disdain and contempt for police who are supposed to, of course, be simply enforcing the laws and protecting citizens and enforcing the laws that politicians enact. But this is the beginning of it, Bill and Dana. This is what is going to happen. This is why, you think of, so a crazy sort of communist wacko becomes mayor of New York City. That doesn't really affect the rest of the country, but it does when you are the Democrat nominee and you are a Democrat who is, by the way, sort of channeling a lot of the most, the views of the most enthusiastic part of the party. Every time something like this happens, whether it's a shooting like this or, a government-run grocery store in Missouri closes down, it's going to highlight these policies that are going on in New York City, and it's going to become a political issue everywhere else in the country. Every Republican in the next election, they don't necessarily have to run against their opponent now. They just have to run against this wacko. And it's going to be very, very effective. That is a very, very effective way to run campaigns.
I would agree with that. And that's what's going to happen here. He is going to be the next mayor of New York. I think even if Adams is the lowest on this, I don't, they're crazed. Sliwa has his own constituency, but this guy's going to get over 50% no matter what. All right, today's side question. Yesterday we spent a lot. And we'll talk with Jennifer Say, who has planned campaigns. Levi Strauss, jeans. Did American Eagle really sell out? I see it in at least 3 spots here. Their jeans from this jeans campaign. Wow. Are people buying them to say, yeah, I like the jeans, but I'm also sending a message? I don't know, but it is stunning what's happening with this. All right, so we mentioned yesterday in talking about this that Sydney Sweeney was the phrase that was used in what I read, girl next door. I don't know about that. I think of the girl next door a little bit differently. But the girl next door can be really attractive, but maybe not sultry, not exotic is the way that I put it, but compassionate. She gets the guy in the end versus the other woman who, that's no. So I think Jennifer Aniston is the Hollywood girl next door. That's what she plays. That's what she's done a multitude of times. But you might have a fictional one of somebody who's the fictional girl next door. Now, Dawn agreed with me what the girl next door is. You think of the girl next door as what?
Okay, so I heard this.
Yeah.
I do think there is a bit of unattainability with the girl next door. I mean, you got to think, like, she's almost perfect. Like, she's got the look. She's got the personality. Everybody loves her. She's got everything going for her. And you're just the schlub next door who happened, your parents happened to move next door to hers. That's what I think of the girl next door,
Okay, it's a little...
And when I think of those, there are two people that came to mind. First one I'm going to take off the board is Jessica Alba. Very big sweetheart of the 2000s. I mean, still to this day, looks absolutely phenomenal and has that kind of bubbly personality where you're like, oh yeah, I could see myself falling in love with her. And then the other one is Jennifer Lawrence. She has that personality. She's very funny. She has that sort of way about her. Not necessarily a genuine beauty, but like very, very good looking nonetheless.
I think the Alba one is not the next door.
Really?
I think it's beyond that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I have a thing against blondes, but that's another.
Well, that's and again, I
topic for a later.
I think about the movie, The Girl Next Door. It's Alicia Cuthbert. Like, she's a blonde. Like,
I don't know
she's
how
the blonde.
she's the next girl next door either, though. I mean,
really? Oh man, I think of her completely.
She's beyond the attractiveness level.
Oh, I disagree. That's what I'm saying with the unattainability. It's like I could never get her. I could never get her in a million years. But at the end of the movie or the show, you do. So
she almost ruined 24. They threw her in there too many times. All right, Andrew, pinch hitting today.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, is that a New York Yankees hat on there, or what is that?
I forget what I'm wearing. It's the United States of America.
Oh, okay. Well, that qualifies. Nicely played by you. Okay, who do you like?
Well, you guys were listing actresses and stuff like that. The first thing I thought of when I texted Henry yesterday asking what the side question was, I immediately thought she's not a real person.
Right.
It's a fictional character from comic books. Is from the Spider-Man comics is Mary Jane Watson.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic answer.
When I was a kid, the first Spider-Man came out in 2002, and Mary Jane Watson was played by Kirsten Dunst. And I'm not specifically using that's just her as an example, but like her and Peter Parker's relationship throughout the comics it's always been that kind of a thing. And I thought, at least for the first movie, the two of them going to high school together, and in the movie she literally lives right next door.
Yeah. Okay, that's a perfect answer.
So, but Mary Jane Watson has always been that kind of
excellent
thing for me. So,
all right, so it can be real, it can be fictional. All right, this is Henry, so let's get some good ones here today.
Please.
I don't think it's that. There's a million of them out there, I think, but contemporary actresses, I may have to pause and defer here. You guys will be looking it up in advance, say, oh, yeah, that's who they're talking about. All right, 855-839-1210. The White House now is defending the Sweeney ad, saying cancel culture run amok. This warped, moronic, condensed liberal thinking is a big reason why Americans voted the way they did in 2024. All roads lead back to Trump, yes. But I believe these jeans are sold out. And we got Jennifer Say, who couldn't be more on point, actually one of the chief executives at one of the world's biggest jeans companies, and then kicked out and establishing her own clothing line. But who's the girl next door? 855-839-1210.
Former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper.
Well, I'll lawyer up, I suppose. Already have.
So I don't really feel sorry for these people that they have to lawyer up, considering how many people in the Trump world had to lawyer up, including the president himself, who was literally prosecuted in multiple jurisdictions. And ultimately, if Clapper's arrested and if he's indicted and if there's a trial, it'll be up to a jury to decide whether or not he's guilty of these things.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the Free Auto Odyssey app.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, Girl Next Door. We never done that on the side. Coming off this ad, this gift that keeps on giving, particularly the reaction to the other side. Today, the Fed is going to vote on whether to lower or keep the same the interest rates. And the smart money says they're going to keep them the same. And every indicator points toward they ought to lower them. This would open up a lot of stuff. CNBC had a guest today calling Powell the Fauci of the Fed. Wrong about every data point. We're taking a look at the GDP and everything else going on. Why won't he do it? Is it personal now with Trump that he's just not going to do this? Wouldn't be prudent. Around the world, people have lowered this. Why does this continue? And it holds up expansion big time. I don't think Trump's going to fire him. He knows that may backfire here, but there are two Fed commissioners today, and I believe this is the first time since 1993 they're going to vote against what Powell says. Now, he still has enough to pass, apparently, but it goes back to 1993 when more than one was a dissenter. And again, why not audit the Fed? Out of all the things in talk radio, Trump has hit every button when I first started. Birthright citizenship. Do something about it. He's trying to do something about it. The border, immigration, foreign aid, particularly the money we were throwing around crazily. We shut down the organization doing it. But he hasn't taken up audit the Fed. What will we find? I think it would be incredible what we would find, according to Rand Paul over the years, if we audited them. Why were they not audited? Why? What's holding it up? I might see a winner there. Yes. Even though she's not my choice, that is the quintessential girl next door. That's going to be hard to beat. It's coming up. So you got to get in with yours pretty quickly. I prefer somebody else, but
I feel like every time we ask a question along
Yeah.
these lines, that is the first answer off the board consistently.
yeah, but we've never asked Girl Next Door. It's a weird. I was starting to think, are there enough of them they'll know? This is so good. Why didn't I take this one off? I thought Jennifer Aniston was the perfect play of a celebrity. Okay. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. 12:30, Jennifer Say on this. One other thing, we're trying to get on today, Beth Ann Rossica just put a column up that on Friday, the Department of Education, such as it is now, Linda McMahon, they issued a directive that says they declare bathroom policies illegal. And you're saying, well, what took so long? It's a bureaucracy. Meaning, if you say we're going to let people be gender fluid, go to the bathroom of their choice, they say that's illegal in American public schools. And Beth Ann says, in our area, there are 62 school districts in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties. 26, at least 40%, enacted a specific transgender policy that grants students access to the bathroom of their choice. For example, Wissahickon has a policy entitled Transgender and Gender Expansive Students. District students shall have access to facilities including all restrooms, locker rooms, changing facilities, or overnight facilities that correspond to their gender identity. Way to go there, Wissahickon School District. Well, guess what? Beth Ann says what I've been saying. Pick one of them, take away every dollar that you can. Go after them full bore. They are not in compliance with anything here. That's the law now. Go after them. Target one. I might target Central Bucks. You might target Wissahickon. So out of these 62 school districts, she says there's another 21% that include gender identity as a protected status under Title IX. It can't be a protected status under Title IX. It's ludicrous. So I don't know where the Trump people are going to strike first, but they got to do one here in Pennsylvania. And over the years, some of these school districts are notorious. They might not be notorious, though, if they lose a lot of money and contracts and God knows what else. All right, let me go to David in Lexington, South Carolina on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, just so you know, just in your honor today, for my lunch, much to the chagrin of one of my buddies in YouTube chat, I had a baked potato with my lunch just for you.
Yes, with nothing on it, I hope.
No, butter, cheese, and bacon.
Okay, well, we'll allow that. You know what, Johnny, down at Mulligan's, I think August 15th is our next date there. Get those baked potatoes ready, John. I want a plate of them in front of me. I'm going to show people what you put on a baked potato. Nothing. But I'm glad you had the baked potato today. Nicely played.
Yeah, just for you. I'm going to say today for my side answer, Mary Ann from Gilligan's Island.
Yes. Now, honestly, who's the more attractive, Tina Louise or what is it, Dawn Wells?
I think Tina Louise was the more attractive, but Dawn Wells was the more just like total package, personality and looks. But just for looks alone, I think it was Ginger.
Yeah, but I think she actually made people despise Tina Louise after a period of time. Yes.
Yeah.
But come on now. Ginger had the big hair, too. This is a big hair show. We went that
right.
Unquestionable. But that is that Mary Ann has held up so well over the years. She would be, it's like she's from next door in Iowa or something. Perfect.
Exactly. Yep. Just good old wholesome girl.
That is and attractive. Yes, that's a really good one. Right out of the box. Can't take them all off.
I know, right?
It tells me you got to go a little bit. Be thinking here now. The girl next door. You heard Henry's qualifications. We differ a little bit. By the way, we will play you some of the stylings of Cory Booker going after two Democrats. And they're looking at him like, what are we talking about? You voted for all this stuff. Why are you telling us we're not standing up to Trump enough? He just has in his head, just be idiotic and say you're going after Trump, and that's the ticket to be the nominee. He might be right on the Democrat side. Is he ever going to get a challenger? is there going to be a challenger to this guy in Jersey? All right, 855-839-1210. Jennifer Say is quite a story. As I said, big-time executive, minding your own business at Levi Strauss, the world's biggest jean company, I believe. And then COVID in San Francisco. She starts to see various things going on. Ultimately, ouster comes to our attention. I think she wrote the book on all that. And then she takes up the cause now around what's happening to female athletes, the whole trans thing, and she has her own clothing line. What does she think of the campaign? What is it that made the campaign so successful? There are reports today that American Eagle has sold out of these jeans. It just seems impossible to believe, doesn't it? I mean, it would just, are guys buying them for females too? If you work in a store with jeans, you got to tell us, is American Eagle sold out now in this particular campaign? And if it is, what does that tell us is happening here? All right, 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. Get a good one in here. Can you beat that girl next door on Talk Radio 1210?
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopanich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Henry stumbled upon not stumbled, he created a great side question today. The girl next door. Check this one out. Hasan Ben Soper says, it pains me to say it, but a very young Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, my God. Oh, what next door is that?
Yeah.
All right.
Not in a neighborhood I want to live in.
How young are we talking with that?
I don't know. You
That's the
guys
question.
should be researching it now so we can put it up on YouTube, a picture, and we'll
League
see
of Their
how that
Own?
stands up. Yes. All right. Jennifer Say has quite several careers now. It's hard to keep track of all of them. You may remember Levi Strauss. We had her on with the book and related stories. And frequently we go to her because she has her own line of clothing now that we'll talk about. But also, I'm sure a lot to say about this campaign and why it's working with American Eagle. Jennifer joins us again in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jennifer, thank you. You're the first person we thought of. I was talking with Dan saying, wait a minute. Jennifer Say, that's right. Who better to talk about this campaign? What was the most successful campaign with Levi Strauss that you were involved in somehow or another?
Oh, that's funny. I mean, gosh, I did almost 30 years of advertising at Levi's. I would venture to guess I've made more jeans ads than probably any human on the planet. In the mid to late 90s, when I was still at the agency, I posted one yesterday that was for jean shorts featuring former supermodel by the name of Daniela Pestova. Very sexy, took off her jeans, laid them on train tracks. The train cut them off into jean shorts. You had a pretty girl taking her pants off, product focus, danger, excitement, all in 30 seconds. That one was huge. I posted it yesterday. Most people don't remember it. That worked really well. I did some later that I owned that were less sort of focused on sexiness, just as product focused, and definitely very fun. That was the other thing that worked. Fun.
Exactly.
Fun. People have fun in jeans. That's like the point, right? Like, we're not scolding people to feel bad about being hot or being white. Like, it's just fun. So, I had one in 2014 called Just Don't Bore Them, which kind of relaunched the brand after, a long decade of decline. And it was just all the different kinds of people doing fun and dangerous and rebellious things in Levi's. Huge hit. Huge. Not complicated. Fun. Cute guys, cute girls, cute old guy, baby, like all those things. They work.
Exactly.
They're advertising gold. And so I think what's so funny about, I just sent out a Substack today with my favorites from the last kind of 30 years on Levi's. So people can check that out. It's just my name at Substack. But I think what's so funny about this supposed dust up with the Sydney Sweeney stuff is, there is nothing new about this. In fact, they've just gone back to what every single ad looked like in the 80s and the 90s, and even, to some extent, the very early 2000s before we lost our minds. It was a beautiful woman in jeans, kind of whispering sexy things. And in fact, this ad is a lot, in some ways, less sexy. I mean, she's not really showing skin.
Yeah.
If you think back, some of the old ones, there was a lot more skin. I mean, the Brooke Shields ad for Calvin Klein from 1980 was salacious. She was underage. She said, nothing comes between me and my Calvins. Like, this is tame by comparison and not particularly innovative, but really, really well done. She's the it girl of the moment. She's pretty but relatable. She has a sense of humor about herself. It's perfect.
And she said at the beginning, they allowed her, the copy, Jennifer, said something, I'm not going to tell you that you're going to feel extremely comfortable in these jeans. I love that they let her say that.
That you're not going to feel comfortable.
Right, yeah. It's in this particular jean, you're not going to, we're not emphasizing, you're going to look hot. Yeah, which is the price you pay with a lot of jeans. I mean, the ones I have on now are very comfortable, but there are jeans that are not comfortable to me.
That is true. I love jeans and find them very comfortable. I probably have hundreds of pairs of Levi's 501s, and it's definitely my go-to. But, I mean, the thing is, you know, American Eagle had a very long period of body positivity advertising, and in the first part of this year, their stock was down 50%. So the thing about advertising is, like I said, it's not complicated. We want the aspiration. I want to believe that I could be some kind of barely close facsimile of Sydney Sweeney in jeans. I don't want to think I'm going to look like some unattractive person. I want to think I could look better than I do.
Mm-hmm.
I know in my heart of hearts, I'm sensible. I'm not going to look like Sydney Sweeney. But could I get a little bit closer than what I am? We want the aspiration. That's the point. And Hot Girls in Jeans have been selling products since the beginning of time, not just jeans. I mean, do you remember the Cindy Crawford ad?
Oh, of course. When I saw
was
Cindy
it,
Crawford
92?
with those two boys in the beginning, I've never seen anything like that. It popped. It was like she was from another planet. Yeah.
Yeah. Most popular, most beautiful supermodel, probably the first supermodel, some people would say, in jeans and a white tank top, not all that different than Sydney Sweeney selling Pepsi at a gas station looking hot. So simple, iconic, so successful, they remade it to less success.
But Jennifer, what about playing on the jeans thing? What's that about? What are they doing with that?
Oh, well, I mean, you know that as part of that CK campaign with Brooke Shields, there was a very similar one playing on the jeans. I mean, it's just a silly play on words. If I had $1 for every agency that pitched me that same exact campaign about great jeans, I mean, if you are an advertising creative that works on jeans and you haven't thought of that, then, you know, you live under a rock.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, not particularly innovative, a very obvious play on words. She's not saying she has better jeans than anybody else. She has good jeans, and she does. She's beautiful, and she means jeans with a J, not with a G. There's nothing offensive about this. And yet, you know, the left and the mainstream media, to some extent, there's been a flurry of articles about, you know, why they shouldn't have done this and how they could have avoided this. I don't think they wanted to avoid this. I think this is exactly what they were going for.
Yeah, exactly.
But they want to hold on to this idea, you know, the screaming left women and the mainstream media, that they still have the power to cancel us for liking things we like.
That is
totally
beautifully put.
Thing.
That is a core of this, without a doubt. Now, let's talk about your clothing line. Every time we talk with you, there's an update. How's that going, and where do we find it?
It's going great. You find it at thetruthfits.com. It's called XXXY Athletics. We're the only athletic brand standing up for the protection of women's sports and just really empowering female athletes and celebrating female athletes. We do sell men's clothing, too, and our men's is doing really well because lots of men support women. Common sense, reality, the truth, all of that. So it's just been a little over a year. We're about a year and a few months, and it's going well. We keep expanding the product line. I would say our performance product line specifically is top notch. You don't have to buy brands that don't align with your values. So definitely come check us out. It's going great. We want more people.
While we have you here, too, the WNBA can't get out of its own. I love basketball, and the WNBA has gotten better, even though it's inferior, you know, in a lot of ways. And yet, with all the eyeballs or more eyeballs on them, they still just – what's your sense of why they can't capitalize on Caitlin Collins – not Caitlin Collins.
Clark.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
bring her in. She's pretty tall. Caitlin Clark. And some of the feuds and some of the stuff that's going on. I mean, they had a wig come off, and they threw the guy out who mocked the wig. What is... Can
I just say, who wears a wig to play sports? I mean, it's so weird.
Yes.
Like, who does that?
Yes.
You want to be free to move. And I'm of the mind, my husband and I were talking about this yesterday, no one should get kicked out. I mean, unless you're interfering with play, you know, you're throwing stuff onto the court, or but like, that's part of the game. Yelling, harassing the other team, like that's trash talking. That's part
you would
of the
be
game.
great.
No one should...
You'd be great in Philadelphia if that wig came off here in Philadelphia. I can't tell you what it would be like. Yes,
the Philly fans are every.
Yeah.
You know, I'm from Philly. You know that, right?
I did not. Where did you grow up in Philly?
Well, my parents live in Center City. I was born in Philadelphia. Then I moved to Cherry Hill, South Jersey area, but went to school in Center City, 25th and Lombard. I then graduated high school in Allentown, Pennsylvania, but definitely a Philly person. My dad practiced there. He's a pediatrician, or was, for 60 years.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I know Philly fans. We went to a lot of Phillies games. Not Eagles, but definitely Phillies. My dad's a baseball fan.
Okay. Well,
Anyway, why can't they? Because like these reporters who are claiming that this American Eagle thing is a fiasco rather than a massive success, they're stuck in 2016. And they still think the old rules apply. And you know what? Rivalries are good for the sport. Play that up. You know who else is good for the sport? Sophie Cunningham. Maybe play her up. People want to watch her. Not only is she beautiful, but she's funny and she stands up for her teammates and she plays with the best player in the league. But they won't lean into what works because they're kind of held captive by this ideology that no one cares about anymore.
Yeah, it is another great example. Jennifer, thank you so much. And we're duly noting the Philadelphia Connection. Where do we go again for your clothing line?
Go to thetruthfits.com or just xx-xyathletics.com. We've got so much new stuff. Go check it out.
Thanks, Jen. Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Yeah, you got it. Bye.
Jennifer Say, that's a lot. Boy, who better? She did hundreds of campaigns around this. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Jump in. America, she hit so many points there of why they're not getting. And she gave so many. The WNBA just came to mind. Yeah, Sophie Cunningham would be an example. And if the woman's wig comes off and somebody's, saying something about that, you got to expect that. She mentioned a body positivity movement. All right, there's nothing wrong with that, to be positive about your body, but there's an aspirational part to this too. I'd love to hear women on that. When women are watching that, I think, probably talking to your daughter, look, this woman just is lucky. She has good genes. It's going to be pretty hard to look like that, no matter how much you work out. But you might come fairly close to it. Would you rather have that? Or somebody they throw out there and says, I don't care. Give me any kind of gene. You can advertise that. That might sell, although I doubt it. All right, phone lines. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in early. I see some great ones from a little bit in the past. Can you beat, guys, have you looked up the young Rosie O'Donnell? We should put that up on YouTube. Is there Henry, she was in what?
A League of Their Own?
A League of Their Own. Oh, yeah, I thought you were saying some Justice League. Yeah,
no.
Even in A League of Their Own, she's not the girl next door. She's a big mouth. She's a catcher.
Literally, yeah.
She's a catcher, yeah.
I don't know.
What hasn't been sober or drinking today? Young Rosie
clearly
O'Donnell.
He's not sober.
Yeah, young Rosie O'Donnell.
It has to be a troll. I'm like seeing pictures of her with like a mullet and stuff.
Okay, come on. Show us some pictures. Put it up on your Twitter. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
They knew exactly what they were doing 4 years ago when they tried to import 15 million potential new voters. They knew what they were doing when they were sending them in the middle of the night to Logan International in Boston, to other airports, and then somehow they show up in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. What do those 7 have in common? Well, spank my ass, they're called swing states.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Tsunami warnings have been lifted in Hawaii and Japan after a historic 8.8 magnitude earthquake in Russia. We're almost done with this heat wave, but feels like temperatures today will still be over 100 degrees. And calling all singles, the producers for the reality show Love is Blind are doing casting here in Philadelphia.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonihan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210. I love these celebrity challenges. Eric Swalwell, we had this the other day, trying to look everyman. Democrats are now working out when they make some policy pitch. I'm on the treadmill here, but I'm thinking about your health care. So Swalwell is bench pressing. I don't have the picture in front of me. I could probably tell you what I think he's bench pressing. He has challenged Gutfeld, if tough guy benches more than me for 10 reps, I'll leave Congress, is what the challenge is.
It's a good challenge.
I'm trying to think of a bench press. See, Dan's not here.
He's got 245 plates as he's doing this video.
Yeah, that's what I thought they look like. And then the bar itself, that's all he's doing?
45, yeah. At least he can do that. He couldn't do any. If he did anything else at less and put it online, he'd be destroyed.
So you're saying only like 110 pounds?
It's 135.
Yeah, 135, yeah.
Because the bar...
45. How much is the bar?
The bar's 45.
Oh, it's 45.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's 90. And
I don't know, 135. I might be going to the gym today. But they
test it out.
I'll test it out, and then we'll send it to Eric Swalwell. That's how I got caught up in the 40-yard football throw. And at Mulligan's this time around in August, I'm bringing that Bridgestone ball. And I'm telling you, this ball whistles through the air. It's got to be an additional 8 to 10 pounds. Nobody said anything. You couldn't use a Bridgestone ball. So we might be doing. So, Henry, what do you think you can bench press?
I don't know, 165.
165.
Yeah,
and that's with a free weight, not with a machine.
That'd be, exactly, free weights.
Free weight harder.
Yes.
Yeah. How about you, Andrew?
For bench press, I'm better with dumbbells.
Okay.
And I can do 50-pound dumbbells.
Yeah,
on
good
one
for
side.
you. If
That's
I do
pretty
that,
good.
I destroy my shoulders.
Most of the gyms I go to have typically been like smaller ones, and they don't always have like the full setup with the barbells and stuff like that. So I've usually worked out with dumbbells, and that's just kind of what I've been used to.
Well, you're still working with all these producers here, so the dumbbell analogy works. Yes. Yeah. All right. The soccer test is getting more rigorous. Now producers are bench pressing quite a bit. Shame Dan's not here. I'm not seeing Dan beating Swalwell.
Oh, no.
No, he's not going to beat Swalwell.
I don't see Gutfeld either.
No. Can you see Gutfeld?
I think Swalwell's seat is very safe.
Yeah, I think they might have to tag in Hannity, the martial. Oh, the martial arts might come into play.
Yeah, there's
Who
a reason
won Fox?
Brett Baer. I feel like he's in
You
good
think,
shape.
yeah, Brett Baer might be a yes. Might be a little glue needed for the hair, but that's another story there. Kilmeade, Lawrence Jones, I think. Kilmeade, I think possibly. After that, I don't see the docket there at Fox. I got to think of who else. Tyrus. Tagging. That's right. Gutfeld will tag in Tyrus. Can who on Fox can beat Swalwell to get him to leave Congress? I love these celebrity challenges. I wish Josh Shapiro would take us up on the basketball challenge. And here he has quite a jump shot. Well, he's not getting it off.
Not better than mine.
You know that, Josh. You're not getting a jump shot off. You're going to have to drive to the basket. And this game will be played with no referees, no fouls called. You just got to play it as it is. So let's think. He's from Abington, Henry. Their rules. I'm from South Philly. In a game like that, I think there might be an advantage.
What are these rules?
That's right. Well, no rules.
No rules, I guess, yeah. A lot of hand checking.
I'm not a fan of the hand check.
Oh, if there's no, look, I'm getting in there if there's no rules there. I'm being physical.
All right, 855-839-1210. Joe in Columbus is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Swalwell acted better as Aquaman than he did as Jim. And if I was Gutfeld, I would take him up on that because I don't think Gutfeld has anything to lose. But I would tap Tyrus into getting me in shape for that moment. But I would hold him before I even lift it 1 ounce. I would look at Swalwell and say, "You're going to quit. You're going to stop. In the house if I throw this up here, right?"
Well, I was thinking I would have around my head, the headband would be in Chinese just to throw him off a little bit.
Chinese spy.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Exactly. You got to give it to Swalwell, though. I love, Joe, the celebrity challenge. If there's any celebrity out there wants a challenge, we will accept. Henry will be my second, if it's a duel. He's volunteered for that. It's in the contract.
Absolutely.
Like that's going to be determined right from wrong, right?
Yes.
If I can out bench press you, I'm right. You're wrong.
Exactly.
I think Jimmy Fallon could burp up 135 pounds.
Oh, that's right. Tag Fallon in. Yes.
Right? My entry goes back to my senior year in high school. It was Sandra Olson, who was labeled as Sandra D the moment she sung "Hopefully Devoted to You." And I was like, what else do you need in a woman but that? And it was Olivia Newton-John and the image she portrayed.
That's right. Now, when they glammed her up toward the end, she wouldn't be the girl next door, but
no,
you're right.
She was in leather.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, but you're right.
But all her video songs were so wholesome and passionate. You fell in love with that.
Absolutely. That is a good one. Henry is on. We need some female answers. We have Susan here coming up and Donna. Okay, good.
Olivia Newton-John was a great answer.
Yeah, great answer.
So good that there goes my money melody.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
We'll have to reconvene.
All right. They'll forget by 2 o'clock. Yeah. Come on. That's what Dan would say. Come on. We don't have to do anything. All right. 855-839-1210. Coming up, we're still living under this archaic ruling in Philadelphia that says that cops can't pull over cars. I have the data from the Pennsylvania State Police 2024 and what they say about lack of bias when it comes to car stops. But also, we're trying to get somebody on. Brilliant column today by a guy named Sean Davis, who has been on the Russian collusion thing from the very beginning. And Molly Hemingway, who also from the Federalist, got a column today about a guy who quit the Washington Post. What was his job? That is one of the most annoying 2 words out there that the left has cornered. They actually had a whole nationally syndicated Air America, and they actually did this, it seemed like every other sentence. What is that job? CNN still has one that's so annoying. That's all straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Jack Chitterelli. I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you to my gun here. You're not a minigun.
Oh, man. This is to be continued, all right?
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137. 1137.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano show. This is from a source that there's word that the replacement for the Rizzo statue at the Municipal Services Building may be the statue of Dr. Sadie Alexander, prominent African-American Philadelphian. And if that's the case, my response will be, why does it have to be one or the other? In other words, you can have Sadie Alexander representing diversity, accomplishment, all those things. And Frank Rizzo. Why not? Oh, no, because it only goes one way here. By the way, I don't have any updates on where the Rizzo statue is going to be placed, but I'm pretty certain that at some point in the near future, it may come out of captivity, and we'll let you know first exactly where it will be placed and invite you to the ceremony around that, which I think will be extraordinary. But I just got this from a source, and we're checking. There's a few other people speculating that, and I have no problem with Dr. Sadie Alexander. I know the background a little bit, very accomplished, okay. But if we start, that's the Philadelphia of today. We don't have any room for Frank Rizzo. It's like, shut up. Okay? No objection to that. That's one side of a great Philadelphian. But Frank Rizzo, we still play Rizzo drop-ins, et cetera. There's still, I mean, he's one of the most famous Philadelphians in the history of Philadelphia. One of a kind. But there's no place for a Frank Rizzo. It's just the times we're living in. What all started that? The George Floyd summer. Helen Gim and these others decided to burn down, at least some of them on the scene, the statue of Frank Rizzo. Remember that? So then we had to take it out of there in the middle of the night, put it in captivity. And Frank Rizzo is one thing. But poor Kate Smith, not exactly the girl next door, but America's sweetheart of a sort. You know what I mean? You know, she was Americana. All right, and there was one song there back in that day. The Flyers put a hood over her, a black hood, like she was Al-Qaeda, that we were taking on a plane or something. I don't know if Kate Smith has the constituency to be released, but I think Rizzo does. I think it will happen. I don't know. Maybe it'll coincide with Columbus Day. Not sure. And we'll hear all those voices of division. And you can talk about all the flaws of Frank Rizzo that you want, but every one of these public figures has flaws. So we'll see if that starts to happen. And I have no objection to it, other than why isn't it either or? Because that's the way it is with cancel culture. They weren't able to beat him in life, so in death, they're going to go down this path. All right, it's 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. So what is the job that Molly Hemingway today writes about that we've seen the last, or sort of the last? A guy named Glenn Kessler was the number one figure, not the guy on CNN, writing for the Washington Post. Fact checker. Nothing wrong with the fact checking, but who's going to check the fact checker? I mean, many times, you imagine in real time, I was telling Henry, the Trump-Biden debate, fact checking. They were arguing over golf handicaps at one point. The fact checker says that Trump doesn't have that. I could, the voiceover, well, I don't think Trump could hit the ball much over 230, but Biden, I can't picture Biden hitting the ball 150 yards, to be honest. Maybe even with a driver. In my golfing acumen, I would say that.
Him right now, no shot.
No shot. So should the fact checker say, that's not exactly true, Jake? The fact checker on CNN is particularly amazing. Yeah, some things are factual, but it only seemed to be the need for fact checkers when Trump came on the scene. Then we started to see that in an enhanced position. And how in real time are you making a judgment? That's a fact. That's not a fact. It's a constant battle in the minds of the public, and the public will sort it out. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you need to do is just push pound 1210. Great side question today, coming off the Sweeney ad, American Eagle, all-time girl next door, real or fictional. We'd love to get you in with that. I mentioned this guy, Sean Davis. I'd love to get him on the show. Wrote a brilliant post, and he writes for The Federalist. He says there are 8 to 10 people who have been deeply involved in reporting on the Russian collusion hoax from the very beginning, back in early 2017. I'm one of them. And then he says a couple of points, because this is still out there. It's going to surface big again with Tulsi Gabbard. Anyone attempting to tell you there's nothing new, that's what the media would have you believe, in the recent declassification is a liar with an agenda. It's one thing to claim something is a, quote, nothing burger that is garden variety partisan hackery meant to downplay a damaging political development. But claiming that the revelations were nothing new is dishonest in a way that suggests a far more nefarious intent and a deliberate desire to cover up one of the biggest scandals in American political history. Recall that the FBI raided Trump's home in search of these documents. That's the other thing that started to develop here. Was it just because of the archivist wanting the documents back, or these documents that Tulsi Gabbard has been, and more to come, that these were more important as far as getting at this plot, both pre-election and post-election, to stop Trump? So we're on this as developments happen, and he's right. To say there's nothing new here is ludicrous, just completely ludicrous. If you want to say, yeah, well, it doesn't matter on this or that or whatever. But I think these people are all lawyering up. We've had another person today testify that was in the inner circle of Biden taking the Fifth Amendment. Bring Biden in. Let's bring in Biden. Let's bring in Dr. Jill Biden. Is she going to take the Fifth Amendment about the mental acuity of her husband? And the real issue here is, how far are Republicans going to go? Because those pardons, for example, are hanging on this whole thing of the auto pen. All right, it's 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. One other thing, let's be the fair fact checker on this. I'll tell you what I think on it, but I'm waiting for other development. Look, I'm not a fan of Oprah Winfrey. Over the years, even in her heights, the Oprahfication of America, some of the damage that she did. I know it's hard to be, you can be critical of Oprah. But did Oprah prevent this road, her own private road in Hawaii, from people using it? Because there are, it was incredible. When you hear tsunami coming, particularly in that area of the world, you were told, get to a building at least 10 stories high. It could be that bad. Well, it appears that the police at one point were blocking usage of the private road. There was a gate too. But then under pressure, or maybe she was just unaware, Oprah gave the order to open up the gate to her own private road, thus having people get out of Dodge in a much more efficient manner. What would the fact checker say on that? Well, I gave you what I think is a fair reading of how it went down, but it did open up and people were able to get to higher ground. All right, 855-839-1210. You got the side question today. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with the number 2 guy over at the Treasury Department. They have a lot of big things that have happened that are incredible, including inflation, good news, and a couple things I don't think have been emphasized enough, but I'll ask them about the Fed. Why is this guy not lowering interest rates? 2 commissioners are poised today to oppose him on the board. Bigger question to me is, why are we not auditing the Feds? I'm not sure if Trump is aware of how much people would support that. Rand Paul has talked about it. His father talked about it. Auditing the Fed would take us inside. If you want to call it the deep state financially, second to nothing else that I can think of. God knows what we would find in that audit. And again, the Federal Reserve is a very Byzantine sort of thing to know exactly what they do and why we need them. 855-839-1210. David in Somerset on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Dave.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Sorry I haven't called in a bit.
Oh,
I was
that's
busy.
okay.
And hey, with reference to the jeans commercial, I think I love basketball, and I go to see a lot of high school basketball. I have friends that are coaches and stuff. And the one thing that I've noticed especially last year, is that in the rooting sections at these high schools, the kids are wearing Trump hats and Trump shirts, and kids want to be contrarians. And the left doesn't understand this, that they're alienating these people by just telling them, just listen to us. We will tell you how to think about this, man. And we're the ones that know better, so just listen to us. And,
would you ever think we live where the Republican is the revolutionary, the populist, the contrarian here? It's amazing.
10 years ago, I would never have dreamt of it. And,
exactly.
you know, Dom, I tell people, I remember watching that first debate, and I really didn't know what Trump was up to. And I had mentioned, I said, well, you know, at least he's changing the tenor. At least they're talking about the topics that I want to hear them talked about. And when he hauled off and hit Jeb Bush right in the mouth, I just sat there and I said to myself, he's the guy. It's him. I've been waiting for him since 1989, since Reagan left. And I'm saying to myself, oh, my God, it's Donald Trump. And he has not let me down in too many things. I mean, there's things that you scratch your head about. Certain things that he's done, but for the most part, he's right on the money. And you think about the tariffs. We were told that this was going to destroy the economy.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to destroy it, but I didn't think it was buttoned up enough. But some of it's negotiating, et cetera, and they've turned out well with maybe the best yet to come on this.
Yeah, and if you look back in the interviews, I mean, these are popping up all over online. He had been talking about this since the 1980s when, you know, when of course everyone loved him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So who is your girl next door?
Well, from the movie Vertigo, Midge Wood was played by Barbara Bel Geddes, and she had been engaged to Jimmy Stewart's character, but she was, I mean, really just the girl next door for him. And, you know, she adored him and loved him and would do anything for him. And he just didn't notice her because Kim Novak was.
Oh, there you go. That's perfect.
You know, she was. Yeah. But Vertigo is one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time. And it's just, you know, she just can never. I mean, when she paints the picture of her looking like Carlotta, and he just walks out, she's so heartbroken. But again, she's the only one that really stands by him because she just is so in love with him. And again, I remember watching the movie so many times, and she's not beautiful, but she's very pretty, and you know, in a pretty way, you know. So that's what I think about the girl next door.
Thank you, David. Wow, Henry, we've tapped into something. Had totally. Barbara Del Geddes. That's the woman who played the mother of which mother in Dallas.
Oh, really?
I believe that's Dallas. You have the fact checker. Come on in there. The fact checker ought to be jumping in. Well, I don't know if that was Dallas. It might have been San Antonio. All right, 855.
Yeah, it's Dallas, yeah.
Is Dallas. Okay. I thought that's who he was referencing. Yeah. I think she is very pretty. But Kim Novak is a bombshell. So, yeah, that's making the point there of usually the girl next door is the one that wins. The guy goes off on a toot with the blonde and then comes back to the girl next door.
Not in this case.
Not in this case. And he resents it. I'm not watching Vertigo anymore. All right, jump in, 855-839-1210. Coming up, I'll give you just briefly this state police thing, and it bothers me, people that don't do their job. The Commonwealth Court, how many years has it been that Philadelphia cops cannot stop a car without worriment because of this city council law that they passed? We'll send a ticket to these people driving around without a license plate or anything else. Yeah, send them a ticket. It's been years. Case is there. Why don't they just do some work and rule on it? Well, you know, we have to take off Mondays. We don't start to Tuesday at 10 a.m. We can't work on Friday in the summer. 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls, too. Got some great ones lined up. And if Frank Rizzo is replaced by Dr. Sadie Alexander, she's a worthy person. But why can't Frank Rizzo be there? Well, that's not the way it works in a place like Philadelphia. There's not room for that. That's the old days. In other words, there's no diversity here. We can't say, yeah, Frank Rizzo's there, but so is Sadie Alexander, as a worthy, accomplished Philadelphian. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopanich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Henry, I'm stepping into the lion's den here, and then I'll take some more calls. I just saw, and I think I could make it happen. We got a couple connections. John Fetterman's memoir of sorts, Unfettered, get it, Fetterman, is coming out in the fall. Would people come to a Fetterman Politics and Pints?
100%.
Yes, I think they would too. Yes.
You'd sell that out instantaneously.
Yeah, I think we would. That doesn't mean, I'm in a camp, and you can call and challenge me. Are you one of these, what do we call them, Republicans, some of them now, panicans, who think we're going to vote for Fetterman just because of a few issues that he takes the right side of. Israel is one. Are you saying, oh, that would be traitor? You're helping Fetterman. You're saying Fetterman's acceptable. No, we were going to debate on any number of things, including, I just want to get inside what he was thinking if he remembers when Dr. Oz, if I were whispering in the ear of Dr. Oz, I would have told him, just go right after those two moderators. Fetterman couldn't answer, if you remember. And they kept on going back and forth to Dr. Oz about abortion. And that's when he said it should be between the woman, her doctor, and local politicians. It's like Doug Mastriano, reject it. You're not getting an abortion. Who would be the local politician? Picture when Jim Kenney was mayor here. Jim Kenney's going to rule on abortion or something.
When he feels like it.
Yeah, when he feels, that's right. Or some of these commissioners out in Diane Morsegui and Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey, they're going to rule on if you can get an abortion or not. No, it was an unforced error. And I love Dr. Oz. He's come on. He called me several times now to come on. And again, what would Trump do in a situation like that? I think he'd go after the moderators. Newt Gingrich would. Newt Gingrich is even better at Trump, but Trump is funnier when he does this stuff. Gingrich is the first one to do it. They just kept on going after Oz, because they didn't want to look like they were beating up on Fetterman, who couldn't handle that. So apparently the book takes a look at all that. I think it would be spectacular. To me, that's my idea of talk radio. I'm not afraid of duking it out with Fetterman. He came on the show once. He was touring Philadelphia, Henry, like coffee house, something like this, and they didn't know who I was. And he came on, and about 3 questions in, he went, what the hell kind of show is this? I live for that.
Oh, man,
there
you
you
can
go.
find that audio.
Oh, man, yes. It was, and this was when he was just the mayor of Braddock, and I think he was trying to be lieutenant governor. But it was fine. I had people on like that. I'm not going to hang up. I didn't hang up on him. He just thought, like, you're not supposed to ask questions like that. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. I just need to get something straight. Out of all the people at Fox, like Hannity and maybe Kilmeade and Hammer, that are all in good shape, he picked Greg Gutfeld to challenge to a weightlifting competition?
Well, yeah, in fairness, Gutfeld is to be the one that's been unmerciful and funny and gone after him,
Okay, well, I haven't lifted weights in a long time, but I'm pretty sure I could bench press Fang. You know what I mean? He should get he should put the word Fang on each dumbbell and lift it no matter how much it is, just for the optics of it.
Oh yeah.
The left is losing their mind trying to butch up to talk to men. It's hilarious.
Well, but, that's right. That's what the whole montage was, Robert. It was him and a few of these others. They're sort of working out, and they're saying, I'm thinking about your health care when I'm pressing this weight.
Oh, man, the ridiculousness of you know something, Dom? The funny that we get, I told you before, at least Biden gave us funny if he couldn't give us freedom and opportunity, but it's continued. This is one of the benefits of Trump's victory is watching these unhinged lunatics scream at their phones while they're sitting in their car. I think it's enjoyable, man. I get a lot of entertainment out of it. It reminds me every day, thank God we won,
Oh, it is entertaining beyond belief, and I say it all the time, too. It's helpful, like with the American Eagle ad. They go so wild. The average person says, all right, I don't like this about Trump, but I can't be part of this. I got to go with Trump.
I tell them online, man, you guys need to double down. You're being wusses, man. Push farther. Yes. Oh, goodness. But at any rate, for my girl next door, as soon as, Dom, I know you too well, as soon as you said, there's a winner, and I wouldn't have chosen her, I knew that my answer was off the board. And Andrew felt bad about it, like he did something wrong. It's all good, Andrew. But at any rate, I am going to go with an actress. She played Grace Van Owen in L.A. Law, and she played Lori Partridge in The Partridge Family. And she kind of had like that, at that time, that pretty hippie girl next door was an in look. And I think that she kind of exemplified that with the long, straight brown hair and And, it carried a vibe. And at that time, I think she was one of the girls next door. There were many, though, for sure.
Who is it? Yeah, go ahead.
Susan Day.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with Susan Day.
Susan Day is definitely a good one.
You guys have a great day, okay?
Yeah, thank you. And just I put a picture up a while ago. Dan made me do it, and I thought it was like a David Cassidy, my hair then at least, type of thing. So I can identify with that. That's a good one. All right, we got some females checking. I'm interested. Who do women think is the girl next door? Any good ones on Twitter? You guys monitor on YouTube, Twitter?
I mean, after the Rosie O'Donnell answer, I'm afraid
Yeah,
to
the
go
Rosie
look.
O'Donnell, we're still a young Rosie O'Donnell, he said, and I think she's pretty young in a league of their own. I don't see it or have any memory. She was one of the dirtiest of comedians, apparently.
Well, you know what? I don't want to step on anyone's toes here. Make sure I'm not doing this. Yeah, you know what? I like this answer a lot, and Andrew brought it to my attention. Winnie Cooper from the Wonder Years. That is quite literally the girl next door.
I had Winnie Cooper in studio when I was doing the morning show. She's a math whiz.
Yeah, you know what? She's like an author too. I think she writes kids' books as well.
That is a perfect example. You wouldn't say beautiful, but you would say highly attractive, and she's got every other quality of the girl next door that's out there. And she was a math whiz. She was really good. I was thinking the same thing, though. That show is very underrated. The Wonder Years, I could go and watch it right now. Particularly the taglines at the end of what he's thinking out loud, the characters. All right, let's go to Susan in media on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Susan.
Hi, Dom. I'm a first-time caller, but a long-time listener.
Well, thank you.
And I was walking my dog, and what came to mind was Annette Funicello.
Yes.
She was in the Mickey Mouse Club, and then she parlayed that into the Frankie Avalon movies and Beach Blanket Bingo. She had a nice curvy figure. She didn't show her belly button, but she would be every mother's dream for a daughter-in-law. And she was a classy woman, but yet she had some sexual appeal. So I go with her.
Oh, that is so calibrated. You're exactly right. And she's Italian on top of it. Yes.
Yes, she's, I think maybe even local here. But, she came to mind. And, I think she's definitely the girl next door.
Thank you very much. Great first-time call. Annette Funicello, the Mickey Mouse Club, and then with Frankie Avalon. That is a really good answer. All right. I don't know if it beats yet, though. Dawn Wells, Marianne. Remember, it can be a fictional one, too. That's the girl next door. These are all really good. You got the qualities now. Henry, are you in agreement, or you're still saying unattainable?
I do think that there has to be an element of unattainability. And, being famous, like being in the Mickey Mouse Club, kind of makes you unattainable. I'm looking at this Annette Funicello right now. She was right.
Yeah, absolutely. She was,
description.
And in Disney, as the branding thing, that's as clean as you get at that time. So she works that. All right, 855-839-1210. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with the number 2 guy in the Treasury Department. He's been on with us a couple of times more. A lot of things to create, but also we're counting down. Well, the Fed just lowered the interest rate. You're going to see today at least 2 commissioners, and that tells you something, that this is getting personal with this Powell guy. I don't want to see Trump provoked into firing him. I don't think that's the right move. I think auditing the Fed is the move that we all want. Or that when you tell people, they're unaware what the Fed is. It's kind of Byzantine. Auditing them, what would that dredge up? Also, Dr. Marty McCary, got to get him back on the show. He was on today talking about we are going to stop this 50-year war on saturated fat. I got to say, Dr. Marty, I'm not going out and saying, party on now, we're going to have saturated fat this afternoon. I was kind of surprised to hear that. I think there are problems with saturated fat.
It just doesn't sound good at all.
No, right? I mean, Marty, come on now. Let's not go crazy. I mean, I would take his medical advice on anything. But if we get him on, got to lead with saturated fats. Where's that coming from? Oh, now, they got a bad name. They don't deserve it. 855-839-1210.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found Open Phone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
One more day of near-record warmth as a heat advisory remains in effect. Sunshine and clouds with a high 98, but feeling like more than 100 with the humidity. The record high is 98. Tonight, partly cloudy, muggy with a low 78. And for Thursday, partly sunny with some afternoon showers and storms with heavy rain possible with a high 88.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. So in the Senate, the Hawley bill passed out of committee 8-7. How could people be against this? It's a bill banning congressional stock trading of sorts. There's, all sorts of small print there, but in essence, it's the Pelosi bill. Now, here's the comeuppance of this. Not only is this the right thing to do, but as this gets more traction over the next few months, playing out as it goes up for a vote and the back and forth in the Senate, then hopefully in the House, the spotlight bank shots toward, New Jersey, where you have Mikey Sherrill, who wants to run the state as governor, claiming essentially on all kinds of places that she lets her husband take care of things. I don't know anything about that. Really? So Roe's going to let me be making all kinds of big $7 million stock moves here back and forth. Sell, buy, do this. I'll make a decision, and I'm not going to ask her anything on that. No, I don't think so. So hopefully this will play out in the governor's race as an example, because I believe the figure is something like $7 million. How does she want to do things like this? and not see that she's compromising her office. And Pelosi, I've read extensively why her trades, she and her husband, are the most suspicious that point toward what the supposition is insider knowledge. So it passed 8-7. It now moves forward in the Senate, hopefully sometime soon, that we see a debate, then a vote, and in the House. And this is something that has been a long time coming. The Pelosi's are the ones that have put, way out of proportion to even the vanguards of the world and others who know what they're doing, the amount of money they made. How do they have inside knowledge? Just think of all the things that come across their desk. That's what the argument is. But Mikey Sherrill, when we get to this, is going to have to answer for it. Chettarelli also making a great point with her that's not a policy thing. The number of people that have been governor, like Phil Murphy, that are not from Jersey and don't really know Jersey. Cheryl's out there saying the housing is unaffordable. We're going to have to open up more housing in all these places. Chettarelli smartly saying, well, Jersey is the garden state. What part didn't you get? Think of the family farm issue, Cranberry, New Jersey. I think it's another angle here. He is Jersey. I mean, when you, political courage, though, going back and forth with Rich and saying it's gravy the other day. I had on a Jersey it was Dawn, who we love, Dawn Fantasia. She takes a position on anything. But the gravy sauce thing, she had trouble. It was a difficult thing to do. So Jack Chettarelli, who is somewhat of a gourmet cook, ruling that it's gravy and saying maybe you're not authentically Italian. I heard that. I was driving off the road, a little bit of that interview. I mean, I was ready to tag in off the top rope because I've had to go through this in humiliating defeat at Mulligan's. I have people saying, let's have another vote on this. It was the wrong crowd. I don't think that would be fair. That's something Democrats would do. We can't have another gravy sauce debate. That would look bad, particularly if we won. Can't have that. All right. Henry, how would you vote on that since you have heritage that's close to that?
I mean, it's just never been gravy for me. I'm always leaning towards the sauce side.
Okay. You're out, Henry.
I'm out. Yeah, you know what? This is my last day, so be it. I'm dying on my sauce.
I'm sorry, Tom. You're out.
Damas.
Yeah, but maybe I could help you, Godfather. Yeah, maybe. No, Tom, you're out. There's reasons for this. Well, Dan's definitely out. He has no stance on this.
100%.
100% out. Andrew, what's the background? What's the heritage?
It was always sauce.
No, I mean your background.
Oh, my, well, I don't have any Italian in me.
Okay.
I'm Puerto Rican, Irish, and English.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is an interesting combination.
Yeah, and my wife is her family's from Pakistan, so that's not exactly the same thing either. So
God knows the gravy sauce debate there doesn't seem like it's captured.
No.
Puerto Rican and Irish, though.
Yep.
That is.
Yep, a lot of attitude, some anger, all that good stuff. So
let's go to Phil in Delaware. I think the winner yesterday, right? Phil won yesterday on the side question.
Yeah.
He has the belt. Let's see if he keeps it. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Not to kiss up, but I dated a girl when I was in the Mummers Association in South Philly, and it was gravy.
Thank you very much. You're qualified. I'll give you 5 more points on your answer now. Good for her.
Woo-hoo! I would take Marsha Brady.
The old debate. Not Jan.
Yep. When I was ready, a young pup, she was my idol, and I tore down Farrah Fawcett's poster to put her poster up.
Oh, God. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Bill.
So either I'm really disturbed or maybe I had a point to it.
My disturb button is ready here. Thank you, Phil, very much. Henry, you were right. This is a popular side because everybody had somebody in mind instantly. They're not even having to think about it. He had somebody from the Brady bunch.
Yeah, whether it's a childhood crush like that or something along those lines. Everyone has something.
Yeah, exactly. All righty, it's 855-839-1210. You get a line here. You can jump on board. Poll out today where Americans believe Trump is involved in Epstein's crimes by a whopping 14% margin. Democrats are in the 80%, but Republicans are in the 33%. So what's happening here with Epstein is we got to see some endpoint to this, and I'm not sure what it can be to move on to the agenda, the country, etc. And the more we play around with it, the more stuff that's said with it, the more it's taken away from the direct focus on things. Again, the rational point is, how is Trump involved in this? And it didn't come out. They wouldn't have been using anything, particularly during the Biden years, Alvin Bragg. And the answer is they would. If they had any documentation, they would have found it. They would have been able to use it. What is it that still can come out? Well, there are documents that are sealed, but then there are documents they can release. Got to put an end to this. Got to move on with this. The bottom line for me. And yet I don't see any point here where that's happening in the near future. All right, more of your call. These are great today, though. Great answers on the side question today. 855-839-1210 is how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210 at 2 o'clock. Number 2 guy in the Treasury will join us. He's been with us before. Ton of news today that are economic figures all over the place that are stunning. Even Wall Street and others saying, yeah, these are the real deal. This is working with what Trump is doing. There is no doubt about it. And even the tariffs have come out in the end, long-term particularly, to be effective. So what is the missing piece here to get all this going? To get away from stuff like Epstein and to move on to the real stuff. Got to be transparent about it. Got to move it forward. I'm not sure what the end point is yet, though. All right, but I know it's not good where we are with this now. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
They knew exactly what they were doing 4 years ago when they tried to import 15 million potential new voters. They knew what they were doing when they were sending them in the middle of the night to Logan International in Boston, to other airports, and then somehow they show up in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. What do those 7 have in common? Well, spank my ass, they're called swing states.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Whether you're saving to buy a car this month or your first home in the next few years, grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and flexible terms, like 4.00% annual percentage yield to APY with a 9 or 12-month certificate or IRA. Earn more with your money and achieve savings goals. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Additional insurance provided by Excess Share Insurance. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Tsunami warnings have been lifted in Hawaii and Japan after a historic 8.8 magnitude earthquake in Russia. We're almost done with this heat wave, but feels like temperatures today will still be over 100 degrees. And calling all singles, the producers for the reality show Love is Blind are doing casting here in Philadelphia.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, boy, this is Scott Bessent, the head of the Treasury Department, is the star of the cabinet, I think. So he did today he was with Breitbart. Come on, Scott, got to get him on the show. We were close a couple times. And he says that the Trump accounts, which I'm not a fan of, that's the account where, as I understand it, a one-time deposit of $1,000 from the federal government for all children born in the U.S. from 2025 to 2028. Henry, remember that. Andrew has scored already here with kids, but you have until 2028 if you want that $1,000 in the little Mario Machette account. The clock is ticking for you and some woman to be named later. They're out there in a trade.
There you go.
That's right. Parents will be able to contribute up to $5,000 per year until the child turns 18. Here's what Bessent said, and you guys were not in talk radio when this was unbelievable. I'm not sure what the distribution date should be, whether it's 30 and you can buy a house. Should it be 60? Here's the line. By the way, it's a backdoor for privatizing Social Security. Now, I love that idea. It's a big idea in talk radio over the years. And for you two guys at your age, wouldn't you like to see that instead of the government taking that out, and you may or may not get it, and all the things that go into that, Andrew, that money would stay with you? It would privatize Social Security.
It makes sense to me.
I'd love that. I don't want the government to touch my money ever.
Yeah, like
exactly. Exactly.
Who wants that, honestly?
Yes. Well, there's a large constituency. You say stuff like anything with Social Security, and man, it's beyond the third rail. So I'm surprised Bessent said this. Then he went on, even though see the point he's making with Breitbart, he talked about seeing young African-American men at the Circle K in Charleston playing the lottery, wondering what would happen if they invested that in the S&P or Bitcoin. Now, that seems like a reasonable statement, but since he brought up race there in it, even though that's what he saw, it's like 5-alarm fire.
I'm buying lottery tickets, too. What,
yeah.
$2 lottery ticket, you go invest that in Bitcoin, you get 0.000000001% of a Bitcoin?
Well, I know these things add up, though. Are people buying lottery tickets every day? I mean, I've seen people that come in and they're buying enormous amounts.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there are people that come in every day, hit the machine, and then walk out.
Right, yeah. Get into the market. All right,
Who's to say they're not already? Maybe that's why they're playing the lottery.
But Scott Bessent at the Circle K, what the hell? Got to get this guy on. Well, we have his number 2 guy. I'll ask him about this. When you say privatizing Social Security, I think it's very popular, but even Trump hasn't said that because there's a political price somehow or another. Let's go to Donna in Malvern on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Donna, thank you very much for the wait. Go right ahead.
Hi, Dom. How are you today?
Good.
Well, first of all, I want to get this off the board right away so you won't hold it against me when I give you my great answer. I am part Italian on my grandparents' side of my mother. It's sauce. Sorry, Dom. It's definitely sauce.
Will you tell that to noted Italian who'll be one of the greatest Italian-American governors in Jersey history, Jack Ciattarelli? He's running on the gravy platform.
Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Anyway, my answer has got to be Jennifer Garner.
That's an unusual answer. Tell me why.
Well, she's got the bubbly personality. She's cute. She's relatable. And oh my gosh, those dimples. Plus, she literally played the girl next door in the movie 13 Going on 30.
Now I saw her as more of a femme fatale, but maybe I overestimated. And then she loses out to Jennifer Lopez.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Ben Affleck. Yeah.
For Ben Affleck, which isn't a loss.
What a prize.
Yeah, well, that's not a big loss. Yeah.
No, but she did stick by him for her kids' sake, so you got to give her credit there.
I would agree with you. Thank you. All right, Henry, we need a ruling. I always thought of her, I thought she's not a femme fatale, but that's how they were picturing her.
I think at one point in her career she tried to be, but then I think with 13 going on 30, I think that kind of cemented her as kind of the girl next door type of bubbly vibe. And she does. I have to agree with Don on this one. She does
okay, and then she loses out to Lopez.
Yeah, that's typically not how the story's supposed to go.
Exactly, exactly. But he's a rat, a no talent rat.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree.
So is it really that much of a loss for her?
I was at a movie theater with a former program director, not Jared, well before that, who hated him so much for watching Argo, which he won the Academy Award for. He's screaming at it at the end. It was embarrassing. And I'm like, oh, man, but Ro is like sliding down in her seat, you know. So Affleck, is insufferable. And I don't think talented at all. I don't know as a director. Okay, coming up, boy, a lot to impact here. Scott Besson opening up the can of worms, privatizing Social Security, and talking about Bitcoin. Isn't it just, I don't know, every time I talk with him, does Dave McCormick seem like a Bitcoin guy? He's so buttoned up. He's doing great things for Pennsylvania. But the first time he brought up Bitcoin and crypto and all in Lehigh Valley, I'm thinking, wait a minute, what the heck's going on here? Yet he's driving that to make this the capital of that. And Besson's saying, well, this $1,000 that the kid gets, remember the clock is ticking, 25 to 28. You can add on to that. It's a backdoor attempt at privatizing Social Security. That's interesting to me. That's any way that we can get Democrats and the establishment to open that up so that people have a shot to make their own decisions. That's the way it should be. Bush tried to do it in 2006. It was a disaster, if you remember. Is Besson tipping us off to what this is really about? All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, we'll talk with the number 2 guy at the Treasury Department. There's a lot of breaking news today, including lowering interest rates and including what Besson said. And these are great answers on the girl next door. And we'll have Henry's had to put in a new Dom's Money Melody. You'll get that for a big prize at 2:13, all on Talk Radio 1210.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We should be joined momentarily by Joe Livornia from the Treasury Department, their top guy. And a lot is breaking today on these big economic things that are not just gibberish. They actually really impact us and the country. The Fed, will they finally lower interest rates? It looks like not, even though there's a lot of dissent there, which is unusual to do that. And I told you what Scott Bessent said, and we'll play that sound here as soon as we have it. You do have it. Okay, and we're waiting on Joe. Here's what Scott Bessent said about privatizing Social Security coming off these new Trump $1,000 for the kids. All right, there you go. Game changer, privatized Social Security. That really got my attention here. All right, we have the Treasury Department calling in. We'll speak with Joe here in a second. You got the side question, Dom's Money Melody, coming up around 2:13. Henry's had to change that. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. And I still haven't played Cory Booker attacking his own party, and even the own party saying this guy is beyond a grandstander, an all-time grandstander. And will there actually be some kind of challenge at some point is what we're looking at. But as I said, the Federal Reserve leaves interest rates unchanged. Breaking news here. Wow. Do we have Joe? We ready to go? All right, Joe Livornia is with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Do I bring him up or you okay? Let's see. It's line 12. Yeah. Hey, Joe.
I'm here.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, I can hear you fine. How are you?
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for joining us any day. But, boy, today we'll get to some of the long-term thing. But the breaking news is the Federal Reserve just moments ago leaves interest rates unchanged. Although, Joe, I believe two of the commissioners, and this takes us back to 1993, that level of dissent, are on the other side. What are your thoughts on that?
Dom, thank you for having me. I'll make 3 points. Number one, if you look at the Fed's estimate of neutral, or where, a neutral interest rate is, a rate that neither pushes the economy up nor pushes the economy down. The current Fed funds rate, it has been above what the Fed thinks is neutral for about 3 years. Even though rates came down last year, they're obviously still high relative to what the Fed says they should be. What is the neutral rate? Forget stimulative, just the neutral rate, number one. Number two, if you look at interest rates and you look at the benchmark 10-year Treasury note, that has been trading. In other words, it's yielding less than the Fed funds rate. Very unusual. The funds rate is an overnight borrowing rate. The Treasury issues debt out 10 years. When the 10-year note is below the funds rate, that suggests as well that monetary policy is very tight. In fact, the 10-year yield is lower than the upper end of the Fed target for now 12 quarters in a row. That's never happened before. And lastly, if you look at the Fed's inflation forecast in March and then in June, they revised their numbers up from March to June, and inflation came in lower than what they thought in March, and then it came in lower in June than what they had in March, even though the Fed revised their forecasts up. So you've got very tight monetary policy, and you've got inflation surprising to the downside. It's not. I'm wondering why there weren't even more governors that dissented.
Yeah, I only know of the two predicted. I haven't seen the roll call here, but listeners should know, Joe, and I think we're on solid ground from what I've read. It's rare that you have more than one that is a dissenter. So it indicates that, they're saying, what the heck's going on here for the average American? How does this, you gave the infrastructure, how does this hurt us that we're not doing this when common sense indicates we should be?
Yeah, I just gave you, three, I think, powerful kind of intellectual or academic arguments, which clearly a couple on the Fed voting committee agree with. And you can understand President Trump's frustration with why rates are high, because the underlying economy is very solid foundationally. The tax bill is going to continue to lead to an ongoing CapEx comeback. We're going to get more factory building because those numbers have been soft, and the outlook is very good. However, you do need the liquidity, the lubrication, to get the gears of the economic machine running full throttle, and that's where lower interest rates help, especially for interest-sensitive areas of the economy, such as housing, which have been weak. So President Trump's frustration, totally understandable. And again, one could make a very compelling economic case why rates should be significantly lower.
Joe, you guys were good enough to send us an article, too. You mentioned the phrase CapEx, meaning that business equipment and the investment long-term is there. People are optimistic. Consumer confidence is up. And the GDP predicted by the Fed was nowhere near how good it is. So what in the world do we do when they still are going down this path, Joe? what are the options other than just public opinion, I guess?
Well, I think so. President Trump has an incredible way of expanding the Overton window, which is a political concept, which basically, what doesn't seem possible becomes possible. The art of the deal, so to speak. And highlighting these cases, why rates should be lower, I think are important. And, over time, what it probably also might mean, Dom, is the people on the Fed, the research apparatus, they have a very arguably monolithic approach to monetary policy. They believe, based on the sort of the models they run, that growth causes inflation, which is not true. We learned that under President Trump's first term. You could have very strong growth, near 3%, and low and falling inflation. So one of the things, by highlighting perhaps the need to cut interest rates, is whoever the next Fed chair is, kind of having a wholesale reevaluation of how the institutional forecasting process works. Because right now I think the approach is very sclerotic. They really have the blinders on in terms of how the inflation process itself is driven. Tariffs are not inflationary. If there was an effect, and we haven't even seen it, it would be a temporary one-off price level effect. It really has to be a wholesale reevaluation of how the monetary policymakers put their forecasts together. That certainly will go a long way to sort of fixing some of these mistakes that have been made in the past.
When is Powell's term up?
May of 26.
You said that very quick. Like I thought you were going to say the second. But yeah, May of 26. Oh man, still.
But President Trump. But the standard procedure is that the president, when he's not going to reappoint someone, and clearly the president's not reappointing Jay Powell, is there's generally, you don't wait till May. It comes out sooner. That'll be the president's prerogative when that happens. But the markets should know who is going to be that person well before May of next year.
Absolutely. And you're indicating to me between the lines there could be a sea change here, not just in what the public sees, but the whole apparatus, the reform that's needed there in the researchers and the way they approach it. And I think that would be quite a legacy for President Trump if that happens over his term and then beyond. That's exactly what we need. Now,
you're exactly right, Tom.
Yeah, the boss, Scott Bessent, was with Breitbart today, and he said something interesting, Joe, about the Trump $1,000 and the big, beautiful bill going to kids born between 25 and 28. And he talked about how that could work and when you might get that, like at the age of 30, you're going to buy a home. And he talked about it's a backdoor way to privatize Social Security. And, Joe, all the years I've been in talk radio, that has been a hot button, particularly for people like my producers who would like to see that. They're in that age range. What's the thinking on this of the Trump money, the $1,000?
Oh, well, first of all, Social Security is sacrosanct. The president has always been a huge supporter of Social Security. And anything that he does would be in addition to Social Security to strengthen long-term retirement planning and savings and make sure people are as well off as possible. What I personally like about the president's plan is that it's going to encourage at the margin for people to perhaps have more kids and help grow the labor force and improve the size of the next generation, because it's obviously it's very expensive to buy a house, which is why President Trump wants interest rates to fall, because interest rates are one of the key components of housing. So you need lower rates to boost housing affordability. And if you want to grow the economy long term, people need to have children. And so it really, I like the angle of just, and one of the reasons people are sometimes fearful of children is, can they afford to give their sons and daughters a good life and give them a good education? And that in part depends on, do they have enough savings? So I love the fact that the president really just thinks outside the box and really does things that no other president had even thought of before. And I think that just reflects his extraordinary, unique background as a builder, as a businessman, who understands people, but fundamentally understands how an economy works, away from all the hieroglyphics and economic models, which have not served us well over the past few decades.
Without a doubt. Joe, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add? This is a lot of good news, despite what happened here with the Fed, and I like your optimistic view about how this can change. Anything else? We talked GDP. We talked about this CapEx. type of thing, which is always a great sign. Let me just ask you this in closing. What's your number one thing that you look at, Joe, in your role that indicates if the economy is looking forward and you're optimistic about it?
Well, you mentioned the CapEx comeback. That's very important because when companies lift CapEx, and we think it was largely in anticipation of the one big beautiful bill, CapEx goes up, productivity goes up, living standards rise because wages then could rise on the back of higher productivity. The blue-collar boom we had in the first Trump administration, we're seeing in the second administration. And importantly, Dom, the financial markets are reflective and are enthusiastic about all this innovation, entrepreneurship, and all the wonderful things the president is laying the groundwork for. That's hopefully a multi-generational shift, or he likes to call the golden era or the golden age, the art of the possible. That's what makes me excited.
Absolutely. Joe, thank you very much on a big day for joining us.
Thank you, Dom.
All right, there's number 2 guy at the Treasury on a big day. And again, I'm looking at Larry Kudlow blow a gasket on Fox. They've indicated maybe the rate in September. I'm sure President Trump guys keep an outlook for this, will challenge this and say something in a moment. But Scott Bessent at this Breitbart thing saying, well, this Trump stuff is a way to privatize Social Security, a backdoor way. You just heard Treasury say, well, you'll still have Social Security, but this is a way to move forward on this. That's a hard thing to challenge, without a doubt. But this Powell guy, this is personal now. It's ridiculous. You have to be an economist to see the number of things that are involved here with him. And there was a good bit of dissent on the people that make this decision. It would have been a signal here to move America forward much quicker. So I don't know when Trump would replace him. May of 26 is when he would be up. Would he replace him at the beginning of the year? God, did you notice the other day, too, when Trump patted him on the back about how much it cost? That was like the forceful thump on the back with Powell, with the hard hats on. Oh, my God. All right, 855-839-1210. A hat tip to Henry, who had to change because Olivia Newton-John was already said
It was probably too easy anyway.
Yeah, as the girl next door here today. So it's time.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right, and we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see your Philadelphia Eagles training camp public practice on Sunday, August 10th at 6 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. The event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. Henry, what's your plan today?
Yeah, Dom. So the side question I ask for that all the time.
Yes.
Girl Next Door. And I don't know if you've noticed today, but all the return music I've been playing today have been named after a girl in one way or another.
I did not know.
Jessica or Billie
Right.
Jean, songs like that. And I'm going to continue that trend here for the Money Melody. I'm going to play you the song Roxanne. However, it's not going to be sung by the Police. Just like yesterday, I'm giving you another Police cover, just not sung by the Police. This band covering the Police, however, though, they make songs for people that, wish they could get the girl next door. A lot of punk pop, we'll say. So this cover was from 2005. Some notes about this band. They're unknowingly named after a Simpsons reference. The show The Simpsons. When they named their band, they did not know this was a Simpsons reference. Keep that in mind.
Wow.
It's a very radioactive title, too. And just to show that this band would not get the girl next door in the end of the movie, all the band members are very short. The tallest one is only 5'10". Not exactly a looker for girls. They want that 6 foot. 5'10" is just not going to do it. You could lie, but yeah,
I would
we all
advise
know.
lying. Or I have another remedy. Remember in the film, I told you, The Materialist, Roe and I saw.
Yeah.
You break your legs. And then when you resend them, you gain 4 to 5 inches. That's what they
so maybe
did.
the members of this band should all break their legs in order to gain some height so they can get the girl next door. But yeah, I want the name of this band covering Roxanne. All right, let's take a listen.
I got to say, Henry, I can't take it. Not that it's bad, but it's so distinctive, such a classic song. Anybody doing that is very difficult.
I should say it's a very distinctive song, but this band put their very distinctive sound on it. This radioactive band that sings punk pop and probably won't get the girl next door in the end. We want to know this band singing Roxanne.
All right, we got that. And coming up, Mandami has his first press conference after the shooting of the cop. What's this guy going to say, this clown creep commie, about police that he hates, wants to defund? Well, I'll give you some of that. But we want to get a winner here. Jump in right now at 855-839-1210.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah, French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up? And the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month, same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, a change in the Money Melody today due to the answer. So let's hear the clue and tell us who's covering this classic song.
Band with a radioactive title, Dom. And they're not getting the girl.
All right. Let's go to Lucy in Philadelphia. Lucy, who's the band?
The Police.
They're covering the police.
They're covering the police. Okay, Stephen Langhorne, Talk Radio 1210. Steve, who's the band?
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns. I'm missing something here.
I mean, I did say it was a Simpsons reference. But,
Mr. Burns. Yeah,
Mr.
but
Burns,
I mean,
I
what
guess.
the heck is going on here?
No, there's a certain superhero within
Right.
the Simpsons who has a
Okay.
sidekick.
Right.
That's the name of the band.
Yes.
I'll say that much. I mean, that's I after those two answers, I don't know. I feel like
Do
be
we
more
have to give
specific.
a little bit more?
Yeah, so why don't I give another clue?
Yeah.
This band, back in 2006, they tried to be the first band to perform on all 7 continents,
Okay.
The 7th being Antarctica. And when they, the day of the show came, they couldn't get out there. The weather was too bad. Shocker on Antarctica, I know.
Oh, yeah, that's.
And I'll say this. Their lead man, he went out with a girl next door of his own. He actually married this woman, had a few kids with her. That'd be Ashley Simpson.
Oh, that's
So
a good one.
spouse of Ashley Simpson, former spouse, I should say.
All right.
Leads this band.
Let's go to Ron in Riverside. All right, Ron, who's the band?
Fallout Boy.
There we go. There we go.
All right, we'll put you on hold, Ron. Enjoy the Eagles. Any background on this?
No, I was trying to find a song about a girl. I felt this one
All
would
right.
be a tough one, maybe learn a little something about him. But yeah, Pete Wentz, lead man of Fallout Boy. Obviously, Fallout Boy being the sidekick to Radioactive Man in The Simpsons, played by Milhouse in the movie, by the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Pete Wentz married to Ashley Simpson, now divorced, and they're still kicking it.
All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Ron going off to see the Philadelphia Eagles, the big practice session. I think we'll have them tomorrow and Friday for Money Melody every day at about 2:13. All right, Zoran Danny is going to hold a news conference, and I think he has to address the whole issue of this cop shot dead, police in general, the fact that he hates cops, just like Larry Krasner does, just like every one of these progressive, whatever they want to say, they hate cops. And the people that were, since the NFL was involved, the target of this, when that all happened with the NFL, I try to tell people it wasn't about they're trying to disparage veterans by taking the knee and all that. No, it's always about the cops. It's always about hatred of the cops. That's what it is, pure and simple. Just like I told you today that the state police in Pennsylvania released their annual report, this for 2024. And all the data that was there, more than 430,000 traffic stops were reviewed, for which about 60% were moving violations. Among these moving violations, speeding was the most common, with an average. Are you ready for this, Henry? Even I, like to go fast, have to say, the average was 21.7 miles per hour above the posted limit. It's like, that's pretty hefty. The independent analysis by nationally recognized policing expert Dr. Robin Engel and her team confirms once again that Pennsylvania state troopers initiate stops for legitimate violations. Decisions about warnings, citations, searches, and arrests are determined by the facts. This is the department's second foray into an in-depth data collection. Now, why am I mentioning that? Because Philadelphia City Council and one guy who hates cops got the bill passed that said, no, we don't want police stopping for all kinds of moving violations. Send them a ticket in the mail. Remember that? And what that does is it increases people driving around with illegal weapons, drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're still under that law because the Commonwealth Court hasn't decided yet. Just on my mind whenever this cop hatred comes up. Mandami speaking on the deadly Midtown shooting, saying he wants to thank some guy who came up with a cops group. Essentially, I will bring you, if we see him address at all or he gets asked a question.
Do you want to take him?
I don't see anything yet, Henry. I do maybe in a moment. I'm looking to see after the preliminaries how heartbroken he is, etc. Does he still want to defund the police? I mean, that's the only thing that's here in his candidacy. Does this guy and by defunding the police, he was very clear what that means. It doesn't mean just cutting numbers or anything else. It means essentially, slowly but surely, getting rid of the police. We know he has owned up to the fact that he would cut the numbers of New York City police. Right now, well, let's dip in. I'll point to. He's making the fact that this guy was Muslim. Of course, that's where we're going to go. Is that the central fact here? Here's Mandami.
Every single day. And when he told me that for him, Officer Islam was an open door, and now that door would be forever closed. And I know that in the way in which that home is shattered, the way in which it is quieter and emptier than ever before, there are other homes across this city experiencing that same kind of loss. Other homes where families are asking themselves questions for which there are no answers. And while we grieve the loss and the murder of 4 New Yorkers, we know that there are others recuperating now in hospital, and that millions of New Yorkers are praying for them all. And while I will not say the name of the gunman, I want to talk about those that we lost. We've heard from Alan's family.
Okay, Henry, we'll dip out at this point. But you don't, buddy, you don't have any right to talk about the cop. How's that? You cannot pivot and filibuster forever here talking about this cop. You have no right, no standing in this. You're a cop hater. That's exactly what you are. You can dress it up with defund and maybe half defund and all that. You are a cop hater. Larry Krasner is a noted cop hater. He seethes with going after police. So you're either on one side or another. Now, there are areas with police where I'm going to say it when I don't agree in a particular situation. That's fine. Individual situations, there may be gray areas one way or another that we come down on this. But these people and this guy and his positions and the mob that supports him, they are anti-cops. They have all these harebrained schemes of people running around in blazers. It's always with the blazer that are psychiatrists or psychologists. So this guy's strategy, I'm not going to play, is to feature all the people here that were victims and the filibuster under the guise that he's a good guy. He's going to remember the victims here. And that's all fine, but that's not the question. The question going forward here on the minds of people is his position publicly on what should be done around policing in New York to protect people. And the argument is they already don't have enough cops. And here in Philadelphia, we certainly don't have enough cops. We're at around 6,000. They are down from 40,000. Now, I get it. New York is bigger than Philadelphia. But you can't tell me it's 6.5 times the number of police that we need. You don't see cops in Center City, Philadelphia. It always comes back to this. And I think in Philadelphia, even though the mayor and the police commissioner are doing the right things around being pro-police, as far as I can tell, you have the Krasner factor out there. And Judge Dugan, come on, buddy. You got to take one for the team. Run against this guy. Run on the idea that we support police. Do it for the team. You can beat him. All right. If there's anything more here, well, the onus is all on this to follow the words. Just let me paraphrase. Of a stronger New York here. Answer the question. All the rest of this, you have no right to, there we go. Cut him right now, Henry, would you? Can you cut him?
Leave alone a weapon of such devastating capability.
There we go.
And we know that the consequences of national inaction, though we feel them this week in Midtown, we know that they join a list of so many other places across this country. Be they Uvalde, be they El Paso, be they Sandy Hook, be they Charleston. As mayor, I will lead calls to ensure that we pass the legislation necessary beyond New York, such that every New Yorker can rest assured that we need not prepare for the next iteration of this horrific mass shooting. And we know that mass shootings are sadly all too familiar for New Yorkers themselves, as we experience them whether on our street corners or even on public transit. And though we have made strides towards making this city one that is free of that gun violence, we know that there is so much work to be done. And in this moment of mourning and of grief, I want to thank law enforcement for their response to the horrific shooting on Monday.
You have no right to do that. All right, that's enough,
keeping
buddy. You have no right to thank law enforcement. You hate them, you clown. And, of course, he got it said. We pivoted after filibustering, because we have to say something about the individual victims. We filibustered to assault weapons and bans and all that. Henry, thanks for dipping in and out here. It's a bit jagged. I appreciate it. And I don't know if there are questions that will be asked here of Mandami, but if we can play that coming back, we will. About the question that everybody wants to know. The first question is, we want to honor the people. The reason I'm asking, she's saying, is if your views about the NYPD have changed. Let's stay here. Let's hear what he says. She at least got it said. Here's his answer.
Respond because they claim that you said they should be disbanded. Do you still believe that? And do you want to send any kind of a message of healing to the police department about views that you now have developed?
Over the course of this race, I've been very clear about my view of public safety and the critical role that police have in creating that. Public safety that officers are tasked with delivering while we ask them to respond to nearly every failure of the social safety net. And the vision that we've put forward in this campaign, despite what others may say, is not to defund the police. It is, in fact, to allow those officers to respond to these serious crimes that many of them signed up to address, and to do so by ensuring that we ask them to focus on those crimes, and we ask mental health professionals to respond to calls of mental health crises. And as it pertains to the Strategic Response Group, when it was first formed, there was an intention for its use to be more akin to the manner in which it was deployed earlier this week. What we have found, however, is the city has come to rely upon the Strategic Response Group as its primary means of response to acts of protests across the city.
Okay, I got the nugget, Henry. Thank you. I'll address that coming up. He's talking about the SWAT teams and his antagonism toward them. He kind of stumbled into this and distinguishing that, and I'll undistinguish it from this guy. He hates the cops, the mob following him in New York, wants to defund the police. He will backdoor do everything that he can to tie them up, particularly the most valiant and well-trained he's gone after. They call it something different. It's SWAT. All right, we'll take your calls, too, coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Downingtown Country Club on Wednesday, August 20th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different.
Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This July, Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Some of our area might see a thunderstorm later on this evening. Overnight, we'll get down to 77, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, 89. Rain is definitely in the forecast. And on Friday, more rain's possible, but a high of only 73. Saturday and Sunday are both supposed to be really nice. Highs in the low to mid-80s.
The Acura Summer of Performance event is going on now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit PiazzaAcura.com for special lease offers on all new ADX, RDX, MDX, and more.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom. So this commie clown, there's no other way of talking about it, Mondami, and the mob in New York. The question, I have to say, the media was pretty good. Asked him about the funding, and then they pivoted toward asking him about this elite, highly trained group. They call it something else. You saw them respond. They're essentially SWAT. He's using that to say he's sick and tired of these people being used against protesters and other things that go on rather than responding to true crime. Now, this is a narrative. This is the type of thing that is always said here. We want to stop true crime, too. It's an attempt to limit the best trained people when they talk about we want to train the police better. And the Black Lives Matter protests, the riots around this, he doesn't want them engaged in stuff like that. He only wants them engaged in stuff like yesterday. They're being used in too many for instances. Does this sound like a guy this is a guy trying to be cagey about what he's run on that excites the mob that hates the police, and trying to spin it and try to filibuster and then spin toward this elite NYPD unit, all right? That's how he can defend his prior statements. We don't want to get rid of them. We want them to be used at the purpose that's on the name SWAT, whatever they call it in New York. Yesterday, he's saying, oh, yeah, that was what they're there for. But they're not there to deal with people rioting if they're rioting under the right protest. All right, we're going to see more with this guy, but the polling is the polling, and I think he is almost a lock to be the next mayor of New York. The upside, we played that today. It's clear any Democrat running, you're going to see this guy make into their ads. We're going to see it. Let's run it in Bucks County with Bob Harv DeGrasse. By the way, I got something special. I'll wait till tomorrow. Fred Herron with another thing, the sheriff out there. It's a good idea that he's engaged in. Details tomorrow. Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, go right ahead.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
I'd like to go, I'm going to say the caller to beat was the first-time woman caller with the Mickey Mouse girl. She was a great call, great lady, good pick. But I'm going to go with my way of picking would be who's the girl next door that I want to marry, and that would be Melissa Gilbert as Laura Ingalls. She got cuter as the years went by, and look at her today.
Yeah, that's pretty tough stuff. So she's not unattainable. Henry still says the unattainable is part of the girl next door, I think.
Yeah, but just look her up at 61 years old. Then do that.
All right. Thank you, Gary. We did look up Rosie O'Donnell. Thank you, Hasn't Been Sober on Twitter. You can go to my Twitter at DomShow1210. I think she looks a hair beyond decent. I'm not going to extend myself. Henry is still, you'll be the tiebreaker, Andrew. Rosie O'Donnell, that picture, what do you say?
No.
Still not decent even.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
I
Come
mean,
on.
like,
I know the antagonism.
Middle of the road
yes.
at best. I don't even have that much against Rosie O'Donnell. It's just this girl next door nonsense. That's
not how I would describe Rosie O'Donnell.
It's a rundown neighborhood, you're saying, if that's a girl next door.
Yeah, no, she's on the other side of the street.
The other side of the tracks.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. 855-839-1210. So the mayor, and again, why this guy's so important. This is New York City. I filled in New York radio, and I remember being one time there, and I think it was Bloomberg comes in, and the guy was a program director, says, Dom, as a New Yorker, I see the mayor of New York City walking in. It still has a lot of stature. Nothing against Philadelphia, and it's true. And he will be in every ad out there. And I think he's almost a lock to be the next mayor. And what he did today wasn't as slick as I thought he would be. Two-part strategy. I'm going to talk about the victims just to have something to say to get started. Then when I ask the questions about the cops and defunding, he doesn't even address all the statements he's made. The media did a good job of asking him about the SWAT unit, call it what you will. And he was ready for that to say, well, no, we don't want SWAT repressing people. Classic cop hatred 101. These people hate the cops and the ideas of the cops. Larry Krasner is even more visceral than this guy. Any one of these progressive prosecutors, they hate cops. And I think here in Philadelphia, it's one of the reasons why they're still having trouble recruiting cops. We're at 6,000 and change. New York, they're complaining because they're under 40,000. They're big, but they're not that much bigger than us. They have 6.5 times. It's ridiculous. We need at least 7, if not 8,000 cops. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. It's the lightning round. Be quick, be ready. Knock us out with that girl next door.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale & Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Oh, that is right. Brilliant answers today. It's, well, nothing's ever going to top the side question where we asked, what should be the song that Dan and his mom danced to at his wedding? We just had to stop it. Jim Kelly couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah,
they bled into the next show. We're over that. 4 hours of it. Come on. But today, coming off the ads, The Girl Next Door, the jeans ad. Let's go to Richard in Westchester. I think this is a contender, but it's a fierce battle. Hey, Richard, afternoon. What do you have today?
Actually, Richard's no longer in Westchester. He's in Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she lives at 148 Bonnie Meadow Road. That Laura Petrie, everybody's girl next door.
Yes.
I wanted to bring her home for dinner.
Yeah, well, both as Laura Petrie and then the Mary Tyler Moore show. Mary Tyler Moore is like the top of the line of the girl next door.
That's my kind of woman.
I agree. She played a mom who was not so good in a film where the kid commits suicide. I forget the film. And I'm looking, Mary Tyler Moore. Oh, man. I can't watch this. Kathy in South Jersey, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kath, what's yours?
First of all, it's gravy, okay?
Thank you, Kathy. Points on the board, guys. Put that up. Remember Kathy here in the voting.
Gravy.
There you go.
And you and Citarelli are invited to my house for a great gravy dinner. How's that?
Oh, that is very nice. That is
and
wonderful.
I make it good. And I'm not Italian, but my husband is. But that's besides the point. I learned from the best. So my girl next door is Evangeline Lilly, and she's more of a modern day girl next door. I mean, because, you know, Mary Tyler Moore, all these oldies, they're just the best, and I love and respect them so much.
How is she different? What's the difference of the contemporary girl next door, would you say, Kathy?
I would say she has played in all different genres, you know, TV dramas,
right.
Lost, Lord of the Rings. She played in Elf. She's in the Marvel universe. She plays Wasp from the Ant-Man movie and various other parts. But the younger generation would know who she is. You know, I think sometimes we got to start leaving the past behind and moving a little forward. And she's absolutely gorgeous. She's wholesome. She's not blonde. She has blue eyes, and she's got classic girl next door looks.
Thank you. I like how she's distinguishing, because the next caller has the all-time girl next door. You guys wouldn't remember, but this woman was the most famous film actress, wholesomeness.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this
chastity.
explanation. Then.
Oh, yeah. Charlie in Orland. Who's yours, Charlie?
I have Doris Day. She's the all-time girl next door as far as I'm concerned.
Why?
Drive your Chevrolet across the USA. I was the end of the day.
I thought that was Dinah Shore, but okay, Doris Day, if you Google it, you'll see what we mean here. Classic, okay? Then there was the chaste aspect of it. I'll say it that way.
Yeah, she's very good looking.
Yeah. I got a couple, though. Drew of Upper Darby here. Say it ain't so. He thinks this woman is girl next door. No, she's beyond that category, I think. All right, Drew, make your case. Who's yours?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. Real quick, you know, Hustler Magazine had a section in there called The Girl Next Door, but I guess there were different types of girls, if you know what I mean. But this woman, as a young actress, very wholesome, very pure. She was in The Graduate, Butch Cassidy, The Sundance Kid, and that's Catherine Ross. She's now married to Sam Elliott.
All right. I think she's too glamorous. She's too popping as far as beauty.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, I don't know. I think this is what I'm looking for when I think of Girl Next
Catherine
Door.
Ross, The Graduate. Is Dustin Hoffman being able to hook up with Catherine Ross? It was preposterous. It was a great film.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Oh, you see that. She's going to say, oh, yeah, I want Dustin Hoffman.
Well, she was kind of the unattainable, and he did it. It fit that trope, right? Like
that's the point. If they're unattainable, Dustin Hoffman, and it's not the girl next door.
That's the allure of the Girl Next Door, is that they're unattainable until they're not.
Even Dawn has jumped into this. That's preposterous. It's a great angle here around it. All right. Now, this guy, got to be kidding me with this answer. We'll see. Bill and Bucks. Who's yours, Bill?
Well, my girl next door was on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, and her man was a backstreet guy, but she was an uptown girl.
Yes.
Christy Brinkley.
If you're the uptown girl, though, how are you the girl next door? She's the uptown girl.
Hey, look, I could have picked Janet Jameson.
What the heck kind of threat? All right, we're going to need a little time today to decipher these because, I don't know, people have weird, and Henry put a twist into it. Andrew, I'm going to start with you. Maybe we'll get some clarity here. Give me a couple contenders. You were taking, didn't you say anything? Christy Brinkley, are you kidding me, to Bill?
I mean, I like Mary Tyler Moore, you know, watching the Dick Van Dyke Show and stuff. The only problem that I have with Mary Tyler Moore is when I think of her, I think of the Dick Van Dyke Show, and like picking somebody who is iconic for being married.
Right.
That's a little off to me.
Well, then she was the all-time single woman. Yeah. You're going to make it after all.
No, I totally understood. But, like, you know, the Gilligan's Island thing, you know, Marianne, it's too classic for me. I think that would have to be my overall.
Marianne.
Yeah.
All right. I don't think Henry's gone there. He's poo-pooing that. Who do you like,
These
Henry?
are some interesting answers. So I liked Susan Amedia's answer of Annette Funicello. I think that's an interesting one.
You got to think for Annette Funicello. I see it here.
Totally. I like Donna and Malvern's answer of Jennifer Garner. I thought the 13 going on 30 role fit her perfectly.
That's another good modern one.
And then, you know what? I got to give it to Kathy in South Jersey with Evangeline Lilly. I think
Evangeline
Lilly. More than just her disparaging all the other callers for having old people. I think Evangeline Lilly's personality on top of her good looks really make her the girl next door.
The call was Hall of Fame country. All right, so I can relent on that, although I thought either Mary Tyler Moore or Marianne. The Annette Funicello was like a wild type of thing. She's got it all.
And, it was that way out of the box that I'd never heard of her.
And Disney. But if I go with this Evangeline, am I saying she's unattainable or no?
No, eventually. I mean, she is unattainable until she's not, right?
Oh, God. All right. Dan, where are you? We need some help here. I can imagine Dan blowing a gasket here. Andrew, thanks for producing today. We'll see you tomorrow. Henry, we got to work this definition up, but we'll have another great side question tomorrow. and we're already lining up some great guests. What a busy day. This guy in New York is a cop hater. That's all that you need to know. He's going to be elected, and I think, well, will Doug Mastriano, if the nominee, kill us in the midterms, or will Mondani? I'm billing it Mastriano, Mondani. Which one is more destructive? Rich is next here on Talk Radio 1210.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe, Tucson's and Elantras, anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdow. The cars are Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000.